see you.
Good to see you, son. Looks like
Mr.
you're hanging
Penn.
in there. I do it. That's why this is in here.
Do it as a habit.
Brad. Call the meeting to order the Georgetown City Council. Please rise for a moment of silence, and then Mr. Penn will lead us in the pledge.
Moment of silence, please. Pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Lusby? Here. Mr. McEwen? Mr. Penn?
Here.
Mrs. Tinglestaines? Here. Mr. Showalter? Here. Mr. Singer?
Here.
Mrs. Tackett?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have a quorum. We have two sets of minutes that we need to approve tonight. I'd like to approve those in one motion. Minutes of 10/28 and also the special meeting we had on 11/4. Motion, please.
Motion, Mayor.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion of the minutes? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let's see a show of hands, please, that you did receive your check register this time. Okay, next we have our public comments, 4-minute time limit. And please, a reminder that if you're addressing the council, you're addressing the council. You're not addressing one council member. They're all one unit. Anything they do by vote. So please. Ms. Stevens? Welcome.
Hello. I'm here on behalf of the Women's Mill Elementary School PTA, the Ann Mason Elementary School PTA, and the Royal Springs Middle School PTA. We would like to, we are co-creating a 5K run that we would like to have in Georgetown on April the 26th. The goal of the run is pretty simple. It's to further physical education within our student body, to show some collaboration and some teamwork amongst our schools, and also to raise some funds for our PTA. That's essentially what we would like to do.
Motion
Any
for approval?
Motion, yeah.
Get a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
You all very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Leader? Ms. Ann?
Some of you have heard me speak before. My name is Dan Leader. I live on South Broadway, and I'm speaking for myself, but also for my neighbors, about the stormwater issue that continues to be a problem. There have been some small improvements along the way with the new curbs, which have helped with minor rains, and there have been, I think, much better maintenance of some of the areas that tend to get clogged that push the water back. But my property is the focal point of all the water on my side of town, right across from Garth Elementary. It is an old culvert with sandstone, walls. It is caved in many sections. Sometimes the homeowners have repaired it. Sometimes they've left it, which leaves it kind of like this. And I'm very concerned because really in the last 2 months, my backyard has flooded, I think 6 times. Once it was twice in a day. If I planned on going out of town over Labor Day weekend, and if I had, I would have come home to a horrible mess. I have to pump the water out because over time, when it gets flooded, it washes the soil out. And now what I used to have a flat, some of you may have heard me say this before, a flat backyard where you play bocce with the kiddos, now it's this, just this undulating area. And so I would just say, I know people talk a lot about small government and they talk about reducing spending, but the government's job is to take care of the things that are so big we can't take care of them ourselves. There is nothing we as citizens can do to resolve the stormwater issue, and it has come about over a number of years over decisions that have been made by the city council, and I know that not all of you or any of you may not have even been on the council when those were made, but you're sort of stuck with the consequences. And I just want to speak for everybody in my neighborhood. It's not just us, it's not just me, but I go to bed at night when it rains, and I feel sick because I don't know if I have to stay up all night and monitor the radar to see how much water's coming in. When I was out of town, I just came back from town, so I apologize if I'm a bit inarticulate and flustered. I was visiting my son, and it's going to get really cold, and my house isn't winterized yet, so I've been rushing around trying to get my plants protected, so I'm a little bit out of sorts. But, you know, I was away, and there was a big storm coming through. There was nothing I could do. I was in Massachusetts, and I thought, well, I'd just cross my fingers that nothing was going to flood while I was gone. And so it goes into my basement if I don't pump out the backyard fast enough. And I know there are people on Ely Alley and my next door neighbor and the lady on the corner of Rucker and South Broadway that her yard always floods. And I'm just, you know, this has been an ongoing problem. I know that many of you have tried to find solutions, but if you don't act now, it's just going to get more and more expensive. And I'm concerned that my property is being severely damaged by this. I mean, I'm seeing cracking in my house, settling in the backyard that I have not seen before. And I'm concerned about the continuing damage that's being done. And frankly, my health isn't great. I can't even sell my house in good faith to somebody with a flooding situation like this. So it's very frustrating for me. So, but it also affects everyone, because if our whole system collapses, that affects all of Georgetown. It affects 25, it affects everyone. So it's not just a personal issue. So I don't know if there's anything else I could say, or if you have any questions for me.
And I think as part of the plan we'll be introducing tonight.
You'll be addressing it?
That's right. We have it on the agenda
Good, okay.
to be addressed tonight.
Great, I'm glad to hear that. I just urge everyone to take this really seriously. I mean, it's just, I think, from all the paving, all the subdivisions and everything, and even the water that comes down Highland, it goes across the sidewalk. It doesn't even go into the drain that's there for it. You know, it's a very unfunctional system even as it is, even without doing anything. Did you have?
Could I ask you a quick, is the ditch, the open ditch, I'm familiar with what you're talking about, is it blocked or clogged right now?
No, it's just small.
Okay.
Yeah, it's small. I can kind of tell when there's clogging further down.
Right.
You know, because
it backs up.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't run fast enough. I mean, kind of, if I'm there, you know,
Right.
and it's not a weekend, you
Right.
know. It's usually Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, so I'm
Right.
lucky if I get. But yeah, it's right now, I mean, they've done a much better job, I would say. Public Works has done a much better job keeping things cleared out. But as I said, this summer, I think, really since the middle of the summer, I think 6 times it's flooded. And it's just more stress than I can handle, quite honestly.
How long have you been in that house?
8 years, 9
8
years.
years.
Almost 9 years.
And you probably do know this, and I'll kind of say this, but in one of the mayor's prior terms, we spent more than hundreds of thousands. We spent millions of dollars to improve the situation down on Broadway. So it has come a long way, and I know that was prior to 8 years ago. Prior to you moving in, the situation was far worse than it is right now. But with that being said, I mean, we're committed, and I'm just one of 8, but as a whole, I think we're all committed to making improvements as it relates to stormwater.
I hope so, because you know what happens is all the improvements that were made, they just sort of stop right there. So all these, you know, bigger, and if I go underneath the road, I can see, you know, there's a much bigger pipe,
Right.
and then there's this little culvert, and
Right.
or I call it a culvert, I guess it's an open
Yeah.
ditch. But I mean, my neighbor and I can give you pictures. We could ride a boat across
Yeah.
to each other's property. We're going to put the property on eBay as waterfront property. It just didn't stay that way long enough, you
Yeah.
know. I mean,
Well,
it's beautiful when it
Sure.
floods, but just very inconvenient.
I just wanted you to know, and those others to know, that we've spent literally millions of dollars, I don't want to say millions, plural, but $1 million specifically in your area to address stormwater issues, not to mention all the other areas of towns where we've had other issues, and we've spent several hundred thousands of dollars.
Certainly Kyle is well aware of that area, and that is a problem area for us.
Okay. It's just that it all funnels right there,
Right.
and it's just such a small area, and it takes all of your water, so on that side. So, I mean, I know that you all did the Lemons Mill project. I mean, I know, in fact, when I bought the house, I was assured, oh yeah, it's all been taken care of, no problem, driest basement on Broadway.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's not. So, at least I don't think it is. So if anybody else's is worse than mine, I feel sorry for them. But, you know, yeah, I do know that you have worked very hard on that, but it's just, you can't like fix half of it. It's like getting your water, you know, your sewage pipes, you know, from the toilet to the drain, and then not fixing it out towards the street. It's got to
Right.
be able to
Right.
flow all the way downstream. So
Right.
Okay, we will be addressing that.
thank you
Ms.
so much. I
Ann.
really appreciate it.
Mr. Wallen. Roadblock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say hello to Joella.
You think she's watching and recording tonight?
She's watching.
Christmas card, David.
My name is Obie Wallen, and I'm here on behalf of the Oleka Temple in Lexington. We would like to do a roadblock to raise some money for a rodeo that we're going to have, and also promote the rodeo we're going to have at the Horse Park on November the 22nd and 23rd. This is part of a national organization, of course. We have 23 major children's hospitals. They cost $600 million a year to operate those, and we're just out on the street trying to raise a little money. So I'd like your permission to do a roadblock at South Broadway and Main Street, which we've done several times before, and also at Connector Road and Cherry Blossom. It'll be on Friday, this Friday. I'm not sure what the date is, but it'll be from 2 o'clock to 5:30.
Mayor, having been the beneficiary of the services that they provided in several years ago, I would like to sponsor this.
Absolutely. Great organization. There's a second.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I've been a Shriner for about 25 years, and I want to thank all of you for the Shriners.
I hope you raise $1 million.
Mr. Wallen, coincidentally, when we bought part of the Bradshaw farm, I think those proceeds went to the Shriners
Actually, it
Hospital.
did. It was
Yeah.
about $600,000
That's
at
right.
Bradshaw. That was donated to the national Shriners. This is Oleka locally, but we all belong to a national organization.
Right.
It's $600,000.
Yeah, that helped with some of the stormwater improvements we were talking about a moment ago.
Okay.
Yes, he did. Thanks, Hope.
Thank you.
Okay. I have one comment tonight, and my comment is to compliment Chief Bossy on the wonderful presentation he had at the Chamber Luncheon Day pertaining to our new police station. Very outstanding and great representation of the city. Appreciate all the work you did on it, and from here on in, you do the selling. I have no doubt that you're more than capable. Okay. Next we have International Crankshaft, Carly Court Road closure.
Mayor, I'll set this up.
Go ahead.
We'll sort of combine the next two items here because they're one and the same. I'll turn it over here to Jack in a minute, but you all will see an ordinance in your packet. The folks here from the International Crankshaft are going to be doing a project, and in order to do that project, they need to expand across Carly Court. So essentially, that road, that project can't be done if the road remains a public road. So the idea behind this ordinance is it's all the people who have a need for that road have satisfied themselves that they don't need that road to be public. And the statute simply requires that they all give consent and that the council approve it. I have 2 readings, and that road could be taken out essentially of the city's road system, city street system. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jack, who's going to explain the project a little more.
I will actually hold that in abeyance and let the gentleman I'm going to introduce make that presentation. But, good evening. I'm Jack Connor, representing Scott County United and the Chamber of Commerce. It's really a pleasure to come to council with a project, a very positive project. In fact, I go back a little over 20 years ago when International Crankshaft decided to locate in our community. They actually purchased the old Georgetown manufacturing facility. So they've actually gone through 3 expansions. And so what we're going to talk about tonight with our guests is another expansion. They're a great community corporate citizen, but above all, they are an existing company. And as all you know who've heard me speak a number of times, the highest priority we should have, I think, from an economic development perspective, is to support the retention and expansion of our manufacturing base. So that, in fact, does that, as well as the fact that International Crankshaft is a very much of a diversified automotive supplier. So they don't just do TMMK, and Mr. Masuda will talk about whom they also supply. So let me just introduce three people, and then I'll shut up, which I know you probably find it's hard for me to do. This is Nubu Masuda, who is president of International Crankshaft. Bill McCurley, who is vice president of operations for International Crankshaft, and Josh Calico, who is an engineer with Denham & Blythe. So at this point, let me turn it over to Mr. Masuda for some comments, and then, quite frankly, I have brought some drawings that you may want to look at as we go through this conversation. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you.
We certainly welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for an opportunity to speak here. I feel really honored. Thank you. I'm here today to ask the city of Georgetown to close Carly Court, where my company, International Crankshaft, is adjacent. International Crankshaft has been forging crankshafts here in Georgetown for more than 20 years. Last year, we forged and sold about 2 million crankshafts, and this year we are going to forge and sell 2.5 million crankshafts all over the country. So our share in this country is about 20%, a little bit more than that. 21 years ago, we started with only one forging line. Today, we operate 3 lines. So we have been quite successful and growing for these 21 years. Our customers include General Motors, Hyundai, Toyota, and Honda. We are currently developing plans to build a 4th forging line in the south side of our property. This is a big investment for us of about $46 million. If we can do this, it will hugely increase our presence in the automotive industry of this country. We are planning to create 36 jobs with this new line, and this line would generate more than $50 million revenue sales here in Georgetown. In order to complete this project, we need to close Carly Court. There are 2 major reasons for this: safety and efficiency. I ask you and the city of Georgetown to help us on this. Actually, Carly Court has another user. It is my neighbor, Minova. Carly Court is currently Minova's only access to the outside. Therefore, we will build their new access to the summer court in our own property. We already communicated and negotiated with them on the specifics of this project, which they accepted. That is why you can see Minova's vote of yes for the closure of Carly Court today. Finally, for these 21 years, we at ICI have been feeling very fortunate to be allowed to do business in this great community of this great country. We hope to continue to expand and grow here in Georgetown in the future. Therefore, I ask you for your help and support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we have is we're losing a city-maintained street. We're allowing International Crankshaft to expand, which is what we need to do. Again, we're always interested in helping our established businesses here in town to expand. Of course, going to add 36 new jobs, and they will be building a new access on their property, which we will maintain. So, win-win situation for everyone concerned.
Let me just take the liberty of glad to share this if you don't mind.
Sure.
Excuse me. This is a drawing that was done by Denham & Blythe. So if there's any questions, I think you can readily see top the sheet, which is the actual structure of ICI right now, International Crankshaft. You'll see to the south of that or down the page is where there will be the new facility built. It's about 43,000 square feet, and a parking lot beyond that. And then in the middle of the page will be the access point for Minova that will be on property that International Crankshaft already has an offer, an accepted offer, a contingent on preliminary development plan from the owner of the property, which is the Whitaker Trust. So that's 4.99 acres that's south of where they are where they're located right now. I have another drawing if it would help besides this one. If you, okay? We can answer any and all questions that you might have if this is the appropriate time to do so. And certainly Josh can.
The only question I guess I'd have, just to clarify, either on paper or for the public, that access would it be basically the same, except now it becomes a private road and then ICI maintains it for
That's correct.
Fosrock's, Minova's access, right? Sorry.
Former Fosrock, yes, sir.
Yes.
Nova's access would actually be in a different place. They would no longer go down Carly Court.
No.
No?
No, Minova would not. There would be a new road. Let Joyce explain. I'm sorry. It'll be open for utility access.
Actually gonna come in here
Yeah.
from Summer Court.
Come up to Summer
And
Court.
You can
You'll
see,
see This is private, and Minova will actually come in this
we're
way.
gonna come in this way,
Okay, below it.
He's gonna come in this way.
down from Carly Court, or from Summer Court here. It's gonna run into their
Okay,
parking lot.
that's,
No,
okay.
right here. Is that where they're located?
Minova's right here.
Oh, I see. Here's their parking lot. That's where they have things, they have pallets right now.
That's where they have houses.
No, not at all.
So it's gonna come in
And go there.
connect to here.
Okay.
Got too many X's and O's on here. He can't find it now. Come on.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. That'd be another cul-de-sac.
I couldn't see it. I couldn't find it.
I think
I don't feel bad now. I don't feel bad at all.
This is Carly Court,
Right.
which will be, and up here is Sumner.
Yeah.
We would be coming from.
It's not really showing on that.
There you go. It's kind of confused. There you go.
Here's Summer Court, and here's their access easement coming in here. You're gonna have a road that follows this property line.
Come through here.
Yes, sir.
Right here's Carly, here's
Right.
Carly Road, up to Sumner, and then.
Private tech review,
This
right?
is the perfect property.
I like
to
it. It's a
purchase,
work
and we're gonna provide
So Minova sits here.
no.
Now Carly Drive, what I was
Yeah, Minova's here.
Drive itself,
Okay.
those
This is Carly Court.
businesses are not affected.
Carly Drive.
Hostess, Bluebell,
Carly Drive remains
Okay,
the
we're
same.
explaining
Carly
that.
Court is the
just
one.
Carly Court. So it's just one other business.
The main. Oh, it's way over here on the bridge.
More
Yeah,
important
it's
for the
gotta go
users.
back this way, yeah.
Kentucky Utility
Right now,
Substation.
Minova's actually right.
Mr.
sits right
Masuda
here.
mentioned the consent in order to do by KRS. We have to get consents to close by all of their affected people. And we have all those with the exception of KU, which it's in local right now.
And so Minova has agreed to
Jack, when this starts, how soon will this start, and then how long will it take?
access their
When will it get
When the
started, and
project
how long
starts?
will it take to get
How
built?
long?
We hope that at the end of 2015,
Right.
we are forcing.
A pre-engineered building that's all just kind of laying down.
So the United Talent folks and is it Borden, they'll still go.
Okay, we're having first reading tonight.
The only thing that's changing is Carly
this
Court
side.
here,
Okay.
which is what ICI uses for their access.
Do you need
and
action
Minova
from us?
uses
I'm
for
sorry,
their
that is
access.
what you just said.
Gotcha.
No.
The only other, yeah,
Good.
the only other people would be utility companies and they.
What about the future development down there at the other end? Will that affect that at all? No. Okay.
Might also mention if you've not, if you have.
Carly Drive's still open anyway.
Public for the preliminary approval. Preliminary approval. of
How long is
Kentucky
Carly
Economic
Court? How long is
Development
it?
Finance Authority
Right.
for the incentive program that was already approved preliminarily. So once they can begin hiring, they can be doing.
Yeah, it's not, that's what I'm saying.
Jack, we have
This is
some conversations going on.
This is our land right now. This is the building that we just purchased. So what we'll do. I'm out, Jack. I'm out.
All right, you may proceed.
So the incentive program from a preliminary perspective has been approved by the state. However, once International Crankshaft begins hiring, begins construction, and they go to what's called final approval, at that point in time, we'll come back and make a formal presentation to you on the incentive program, which could be up to 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. Jack, quick question for you. What physically will happen to Carly Court? Will it be utilized? Okay.
Just be, it'll be closed to
Be enclosed.
public traffic.
Okay.
It'll be utilized by international.
Yes. A lot of cross traffic of forklift will happen, but
Okay.
yes, it will be remain a road.
Still receiving forklift traffic, pedestrian traffic, connected to the main plant within the facility.
Gotcha. Okay.
They will be responsible to maintain it. You no longer will be responsible to maintain it.
Okay, we'll have our first reading tonight, and at our next council meeting, we'll have second meeting and take a vote.
We'll be back. Okay.
Thank you for being here this
Very
evening.
much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Tracy, would you proceed, please?
An ordinance closing a right-of-way on Carly Court in Georgetown, Kentucky. Now therefore be it ordained by the City of Georgetown, Section 1, the City of Georgetown hereby makes the following findings of fact pursuant to KRS 82.405 subsection 2, that International Crankshaft, Inc., Minova USA Incorporated, Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Service, Kentucky Utilities, AT&T, and Time Warner Cable and Columbia Gas are the sole property owners, including owners of easements in or abutting the public way known as Carly Court, that each of said owners have been given written notice of the proposed closing, and that each of said owners have given written notarized consent to the closing of the right-of-way, copies of which are attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit A. Section 2. The right-of-way known as Carly Court, more particularly described in the plat recorded in Plat Cabinet 9, Slide 165, Scott County Clerk's Office, a copy of which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit B, is hereby closed as a public way. Section 3. If any section, subsection, sentence, clause, phrase, or portion of this ordinance is for any reason held invalid or unlawful by a court of competent jurisdiction, such portion shall be deemed a separate, distinct, and independent provision, and such holding shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions hereof. Section 4. The ordinance shall take place immediately upon passage and publication. Publicly introduced and read for the first time November 11th, 2013.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next item we have is first reading of an amendment to the alcohol ordinance, sponsored by Mr. Penn.
An ordinance related to the manufacturing and trafficking in alcoholic beverages within the City of Georgetown and providing for the regulation of such activities and the licensing of persons or entities engaging in such manufacturing or trafficking. Summary. Section 1, set forth in full. Chapter 2.7, Article 2, Section 2.7-11 of the Code of Ordinances is amended as follows. Section 2.7-11, in general, for the privilege of causing, permitting, and engaging in the actions, business, and transactions authorized thereby in regard to traffic and alcoholic beverages in the city and pursuant to the authority of KRS 243-070, there is hereby established a corresponding city license for each of the state licenses described in KRS 243-070. The fee for each city license shall be as set out in the following schedule. In the event KRS 243-070 shall hereafter be amended to authorize additional city licenses, the fee for each city license shall be the maximum fee provided in the statute as amended. 1. Distilled spirits and wine license fees. The following distilled spirits and wine licenses may be issued by the city, the fees for which shall be: A. Distiller's license per annum, $500. B. Rectifier's license per annum, $3,000. C. Wholesaler's distilled spirits and wine license per annum, $3,000. D. Quota retail package license per annum, $600. E. Quota retail drink license per annum, $600. F. Special temporary license per event, $100. G. Non-quota type 1 retail drink license, included distilled spirits, $2,000. H. Non-quota type 2 retail drink licenses includes distilled spirits, $800. Wine and malt beverages per annum, restaurant drink license. I. Non-quota type 3 retail drink license includes distilled spirits, wine and malt beverages, private clubs, $300. J. Distilled spirits and wine temporary auction per event, $200. K. Special Sunday sale retail drink license per annum, $300. L. Bottling house or storage license per annum, $1,000. 2. Malt beverage license fees. The following kinds of malt beverage licenses may be issued by the city, the fees which shall be: A, brewer's license per annum, 500. Microbrewery license per annum, 500. C, malt beverage distributor's license per annum, 400. D, non-quota retailer malt beverage package license per annum, $200. E, non-quota type 4 retail malt beverage license per annum, 200. F, malt beverage brew on-premise license per annum, 100. The fee for each of the first 5 supplemental bar licenses shall be the same as the fee for the primary drink license. There shall be no charge for each supplemental license issued in excess of 5 to the same licensee at the same premise. The holder of a non-quota retail malt beverage package license may obtain a non-quota type 4 malt beverage drink license for a fee of $50. The holder of a non-quota type 4 malt beverage drink license may obtain a non-quota retail malt beverage package license for a fee of $50. 3, restaurant drink license. A, the City Council hereby determines, acknowledges, and declares that an economic hardship exists within the City of Georgetown, that the sale of alcoholic beverages by the drink could aid economic growth, and that there is a need for restaurant drink licenses to be issued pursuant to KRS 242-185, subsection 1 through subsection 5. B, a retail drink licensee must be a bona fide restaurant open to the general public, having dining facilities for not less than 100 persons, or a hotel, motel, or inn containing not less than 50 sleeping units, and having dining facilities for not less than 100 persons. And C, the gross receipts of the restaurant or the dining facility from the sale of the food for consumption on the premises is reasonably estimated to be not less than 50% of the total food and beverage receipts of such restaurant or dining facility for the license period. 4, other license fees. The following kinds of other licenses may be issued by the city, the fees for which shall be: A, extended hours supplemental license per annum, $800. Caterer's license per annum, $800. Limited restaurant license or limited golf course license per annum, $800. Section 2, amends special temporary license requirements to conform to state law changes. Section 3, changes dates for licenses from June through May to July through June. Section 4, eliminates $50 license application fee. Section 5, changes hours of sale to conclude at 11:59 p.m. of each night rather than at midnight. Changes Sunday sales hours to end at 11:59 p.m. rather than 9 p.m. Eliminates prohibition of alcohol sales on Election Day. Section 6 amends ID verification requirements in Section 2.7-52 to require an ID check for persons appearing under age 30. Section 7 amends ID verification requirements in Section 2.7-53 to require an ID check for persons appearing under age 30. Have that in there twice.
2 sections.
Section 8, okay, provides that if any portion of this ordinance is for any reason held invalid or unlawful, such portion shall be deemed a separate provision, and such holding shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. Section 9 provides that this ordinance shall become effective on passage and publication. Full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the City Clerk's Office, 100 North Court Street, Georgetown, Kentucky, 40324, or at www.georgetownky.gov. Introduced and publicly read for the first time November 11th, 2013.
These changes simply put us in line with the statute. And of course, a couple other changes is what the council voted on. So this is the first reading. We'll have a second reading at our next council meeting. Okay, municipal order authorizing negotiation of a gas franchise. Got that one?
They don't have that.
You don't have that?
Would they like copies?
Why don't you read it first?
An order authorizing the mayor to negotiate a natural gas franchise. Whereas the city of Georgetown does not currently have a natural gas franchise agreement with any provider, and whereas the city is required by Kentucky Constitution sections 163 and 164 to have a franchise for all utilities utilizing city rights of way. Now therefore it is hereby ordered by the Georgetown City Council that the mayor is authorized to negotiate a gas franchise agreement with the natural gas utilities utilizing Georgetown's right of way.
So the idea here is pretty self-explanatory. As you all remember, Linda was here explaining the idea of a natural gas franchise. And all this does is say we have the authority to go out there and speak to the natural gas providers. I think there's only one. And negotiate a franchise agreement. And then we would bring that franchise agreement back to you all in the form of an ordinance for your all's consideration at that time.
But But this does not set a rate.
It would not until you all passed it.
Not until you pass it. And this does make us compliant, because we've been out of compliance. Go ahead,
Do
Dave.
we have, I guess she's a consultant to us, right? We pay her on a hourly basis or by the job. I mean, should we take some type of a consensus? Maybe that's what you're asking us to do tonight, essentially, to see if this is the direction that we want to go. If it's not, obviously, there's no sense spending the money for her
Well,
consulting.
I guess I would argue that you have to do it whether you set a fee or not, because we're not in compliance with the constitutional requirement. So I think we need to go forward regardless of what is substantively in that franchise agreement, because we have no franchise with natural gas companies that we're required.
I got you. So we need the agreement, whether there's a fee structure
Whether
in
there's a
place
fee
or
or
not.
not.
You got it.
Because we're out of compliance right now.
Okay.
But does to draft that agreement, I mean, I assume we're kind of steering the ship with that negotiation. Does that require the use of a consultant, or is that something that we can use a cookie cutter agreement from another municipality, or?
What I would urge you to do is, yes, we can use another agreement with another municipality, and I think we can do that, and I can sort of steer the conversation as much as possible, but she's the one with the negotiating expertise. She knows all the players because she negotiates these franchises on a daily basis. So if, at a minimum, having her there as a consultant for me would be helpful. I can minimize the cost by doing quite a bit of it myself, but
We still need her expertise.
I guess my question though is, in terms of if we're going to enact a fee associated with this, really how much negotiation is there? And I may be speaking out of turn with that, but it would seem to me, at least on the onset, that if we're going to impose a franchise fee on our gas service provider, that's not a lot of negotiations.
I think I probably agree with you. And I don't really, I guess I'm not going to take a position on whether you all want to vote on setting a fee before we go into negotiation or after. I guess I can see arguments in having it both ways, but.
What does the negotiation consist of?
Well, there are terms of the franchise other than what is, the fee. However, I'm assuming that they are going to be a pretty standard set of terms and conditions.
I mean, they're already operating, everything's already laid.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily opposed to looking at this. I don't know that we have consensus to set a fee or not, but I guess I'm trying to justify the use, like David was mentioning. Do we need? Is there an expense associated with this that we need to be paying out to do something that seems to be fairly standard?
Sure.
You're right.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how useful the negotiations are going to be without you all having a direction as far as what we think the fee ought to be.
Right.
I mean, because I don't know what the consensus of council is at this point. To me, there's a little bit of issue of at least revenue neutrality, of at least, if we're going to be setting a fee on gas customers, what she talked about is that, well, you're doing this on people that heat their houses with electric right now. You're not setting a franchise fee as far as those with gas. Equal those out and keep it revenue neutral. I wouldn't want to forget. One constituent called me and said, why don't you do away with the KU franchise and make it all equal? Like, well, I don't know about that. But we'd be giving up about $500,000 a year. But if we at least make it revenue neutral, that's something along those lines. But I don't know. We don't really have a consensus, or anybody really on council has said what the number is going to be. I think that's the main sticking point.
Well, I guess that's true. Here's how I envisioned it working, and I'm certainly not married to it in any way. It's just the thoughts that I had, and I think Linda sort of indicated that that's typical, or it's at least one way of doing it. We would go in there with the idea of a number in mind, and the number I'm thinking of is the number that the Public Service Commission would set as the maximum. And you negotiate that amount with them, and then if council wants to lower it, council's free to do it, and I don't think they're gonna argue with you. And the idea is you get them to a rate that they'll agree to, and then if the council wants to impose a rate that's less or none at all, there's really nothing that keeps them from doing that. There's really no negotiating power lost in that. But if you all want to do it the other way around, that's certainly a viable option.
Well,
too.
it's basically a pass-through. I mean, they'll just put it on people's bills,
Essentially.
what the rate is. I mean, to me, I would have to at least, if we want to make it equal between electric and gas customers, we would even look at, to me, lowering the electric rate and setting it even with the gas rate, at least to make it neutral. So.
I don't mean to keep beating a dead horse here, but I'm kind of caught on this negotiation. What recourse do they have available to them to fight us if we decide that we want to levy?
Because it's not a levy. It's not a levy, and it's complicated. I'll admit I don't even really fully understand exactly what it is that we're supposed to do. I will tell you how it's done. The idea is, under the Constitution, you're supposed to advertise a bid for a franchise, and the highest bidder is supposed to get that franchise. The problem is it can't really work that way, especially when you have an established company. So the practice is that the parties come together and they negotiate a fee, and then there's a bid, there's a public advertisement for a bid, and they bid on it at that rate, essentially. And any other company is theoretically entitled to bid on that as well. But it's not simply a matter of the council passing a fee. It can't work that way legally, even though in reality that's essentially what's happening. Bear in mind it's also subject to PSC approval, the agreement. My understanding is PSC basically, there's not written anywhere that they will not accept a rate above 3%. So everybody, when they do these franchises, kind of goes into it with the idea of we're looking at 3% or less, and they sort of work out how much revenue this is going to generate, and come up with a number and see if everybody can come to an agreement on it. But the bottom line is the companies know that in order to do the business, they have to pay the fee. They have to negotiate. So as long as it's not above what PSC will approve, they're going to agree to it. So I get what you're saying, and yet at the same time, there are some important legal hurdles that you got to jump through to make sure that it's not subject to challenge. That's my only point. There really isn't a whole lot of negotiation going on here, but there is sort of a constitutional compliance that we want to meet. We want to make sure it's not subject to challenge.
So there are other factors other than just the rate that we have to negotiate and we have to work out.
Right.
Andrew, I hear what you're saying. I'm ready to move on. I mean, we need to probably heed your advice on this issue, but I do have one quick question for you. Who pushes this? Who's telling us, hey, you're out of compliance, you need to do this to become compliant? Because I'm sure there are a great number of things that we're out of compliance.
Well, honestly, I think I was the one that discovered it. When I first got here, we sat down and looked at all of our franchises. That was one of the first things we looked at was garbage and electric and gas, and I went, whoa, where's the gas franchise?
Okay. Was it a product of looking for potential revenue sources?
I think it was just looking at what we've got and looking at where it could be fixed. Specifically, I think we started the conversation looking at garbage.
And we have utilities operating here that are paying, and of course we have the gas company, which is operating free. It's not paying anything. It is a potential revenue source, of course.
Sure.
But the bottom line is, though, we could enact this without a revenue attached to it
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
and still be in compliance.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely can.
Do you need a motion to move forward?
Why you would want to, I don't know, but
We need a, we
you
gotta
can do it.
We have a municipal order, and I guess we need a vote.
We
Anybody
need a
make a motion?
Motion to approve the municipal, okay.
Proceed.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right.
I got a motion and a second.
Motion is second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Okay, moving right on. Resolution approving transfer documents for court-ordered forfeiture.
Chief out there? I'm gonna enlist Chief's help on this one, if he's out there.
There he is.
Chief, you wanna back me up on what's going on at Eder Lane? Give us just a very brief background on how this came about, and I'll explain the.
We had a complaint from the neighbors on Eder Lane about some neighbors that had moved in, bought a 2-acre lot, and we checked a variety of different avenues for addressing the problem. Apparently, the people bought the lot and they just fenced it in with a 6-foot privacy fence, and there was cars coming and going at very odd hours. They didn't build a residence on the lot, and it took us several attempts at different angles. We tried a planning, and it was a planning and zoning violation, and we weren't able to go anywhere with that. And then it was a business. They were conducting some type of business without a license, but we weren't able to go anywhere with that. And then as we were digging into all that, we found that people were using fictitious names, and the actual owners, the owner of record wasn't the actual owner. And that led in further investigation, which led to a series of search warrants that we shared with the sheriff's office. It was a significant operation, so that we needed to share with the sheriff, that we needed to help the assistance of the sheriff's office. And so between the two agencies, we conducted 4 search warrants simultaneously. And the players in this particular circle of people, and I don't want to get too specific, some are still under investigation. Some have been moved to the federal level, and it was a big operation for a city this size. We feel like they were distributing significant amounts of drugs, and so as part of the plea agreement, the property was forfeited to the city of Georgetown and the county of Scott. So now we own 2 acres. But we didn't feel, some of the offers in court were, these people would pay us for the property if they could get it back, and that just put us back to square one, which was, the poor neighbors in that area had to deal with the problem to begin with. So if we want to auction it somewhere down the road, that's our business. So that's where we are.
So in order to, the court essentially ordered the defendants, as part of the forfeiture order, to transfer title. So there's going to be a deed, and so this resolution basically authorizes the mayor to sign that deed transfer, transferring that property to us, and jointly held between the city
and county. Between the city and county.
Has there been a conviction in the case, or?
There has been.
Oh, there has.
It's adjudicated, and the final stage was for the court to award the forfeiture.
So this happens after conviction?
Yes.
And it's after it's been found that by a court that this has actually been a
It's
place
actually
where
part of the
or drug trafficking.
plea agreement. Yeah.
So that's an actual court finding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually gone through the judge's
After the
hands.
decision was handed down.
If anybody wants a copy of the court order, I've got it.
Chief, when did all this take place?
Gosh, that was
Like mid-September?
It was
Early September?
Yeah, I think it was early September.
Is the property in the city or the county?
It is in the city, Eder Lane.
So that's
that
why
portion.
we have an interest in it.
Well, yeah, and but we were involved.
So the county owns half, the city owns half.
I guess we brought the county in on it.
Yeah, it was
Assistance.
it was a significant amount of
That's how they got
surveillance
to
that
that,
needed to be
yeah.
done and stuff, so we needed more bodies, and they had some resources that we could use.
So to the judge.
What do we need to do, Andrew?
Just approve the resolution.
They don't have a copy of it.
Oh,
Would you like me to read it?
Please, go ahead and read the resolution.
Resolution accepting title to property on Eder Lane and authorizing the mayor to sign all relevant documents. Whereas the Scott District Court on October 29th, 2013 issued a seizure and forfeiture order for the property at 183 and a half Eder Lane, Georgetown, Kentucky. More particularly described in Deed Book 348, page 743, Scott Clerk's Office, including all improvements and items contained thereon except those specifically excluded. And whereas the district court order that such property be transferred to the city of Georgetown and Scott County. Now therefore be it resolved by the Georgetown City Council that the city approves acceptance of joint interest in the property described in the court's order, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference, and the mayor is authorized to sign all relevant documents.
Motion, Mayor.
Any other questions?
Second.
Motion, Mr. Penn, and second, Mr. McEwen. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Mayor, I'll assume that the maintenance of that property until we do something with it will be shared with the county as well.
If they have value in it, yeah.
But you just said you would assume.
Oh,
We
Mr.
appreciate
Marvin.
that.
We'd
Hey,
certainly-
no.
I would say
I know
we-
a guy who has a big lawnmower.
We certainly want to do
Shut down
something
for
with
the
it because we don't want to go in the real estate business.
Was there
We have that.
Absolutely, amen.
We'll leave that
Oh,
to
man.
Tackett.
I've been saying that for
We'll leave
years.
that to you. Okay,
Put a park
next
out
gen, our IT director, municipal order approving technology assistance.
Good evening, council. As much as I'd like to stand here and say that everything is fixed, I think we all know that's probably not the case. There are two things that I hope to come away with this evening. One is a very short term, just to get us going in the right direction of having a functional technology department. And the other thing is to develop a technology committee. And I'm hoping at least two of you would be willing to participate on that. I know your time is valuable and you're probably on like 4 or 5 different committees.
I've already asked Mr. Singer and he's consented, and Mr. McEwen, I would like for you to serve on that committee with them.
Be glad to.
Great, thank you. I recently attended a conference by the Kentucky League of Cities where the state auditor, the state attorney general, all of them were there to give a presentation on storing our data, preserving it, and what's going to happen if cities continue the path of not doing that. We had huge issues this week where 3 separate times I went to the server room and the power had gone out in the building. Apparently it was a Kentucky Utilities issue, but we have no way to know, like when I live in Lexington, that the power went down. 3 times the room was like 150 degrees, I kid you not. All of our equipment was this close to being lost. Before that, one of the main issues that happened with City Hall was we have a service contract with our fire alarm company, but it doesn't cover nights and weekends. And because a data circuit went down, we didn't have fire protection the whole weekend. In addition to that, the alarming company was constantly calling dispatch calling the fire department calling me, and all this was because of a data circuit. The longer that I'm here, I realized that ticketing system I told you about, we implemented the ticketing system in less than 2 months. We've had over 317 just trouble tickets. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Really didn't have anything to do with the server maintenance. We've got 7 servers down there. We've got 2 machines running all of building and electrical inspection in our server room. The 300 tickets for just one person in a 2-month period of time is just, it's not feasible, it's not sustainable. And many of these issues were things where departments just couldn't do their job without it. You know, they lost access to here, so we had to go troubleshoot their equipment. None of these things were a simple, really in and out fix to say we could get it done in an hour. We had a few of those, but a lot of them are pretty big. We've got 67 tickets that are open right now that involve wiring or require some sort of serious cost to that. So, Kirby is here from the Kentucky League of Cities to talk a little bit about IT in a Box, a program that they offer. The list that I gave you the last time I was here, this would knock 4 things off the list, including the data backup. So if the server room does go down, we're able to access that data. There's probably work we're going to have to do with our bandwidth. And Kirby, you want to go ahead and come on up? And I think a lot of you know Kirby.
We're glad to have him back.
Yes.
I woke up this morning in Bowling Green and just got in the car. It just felt so natural to drive up here. The difference was I didn't have to get up and leave at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was able to take the garbage and recycle before that.
And I think you all know we have some pretty serious just email and communication issues here. We can't even get in contact with the Kentucky League of Cities. There are things that involve the alcohol that Tracy has to be assured or delivered, and they're just not getting there. So, and I know you purchased Exchange, but like I said before, managing an Exchange server is a single person full-time job. I had Megan take a look at what cities our size had going on with their ID department. All of them had 4 to 6 employees and similar contracts. And they've had them for you. After she did that, I called behind to see, is this new? Is this something? They're like, no, this is what we've had for a while. And we started talking about the IT contracts with the net gains and IT in a boxes. They said there's no way 6 people could run the technology for a city by themselves. So I just kind of want to preface what I'm telling you with that, that not only do we not have what we need to maintain going forward, we haven't been doing it for years and years. And that is why everything's sort of piled up against us. But I do believe that partnering with IT in a Box would be a very beneficial first step into improving communication, making sure we can get information for open records requests. They take over our website because right now Tracy in the clerk's office is doing it because I do not have time. So, is there a few things that
We do have some serious problems, folks, and we're going to have to address it, or we're going to be bigger problems, for sure. So Kirby, welcome, and certainly glad to have you here with us.
It's my pleasure to be here, and just to update you on myself, I retired from the Kentucky League of Cities in July, and about 3 months later, the league asked me to talk to Sophisticity, a company out of Atlanta, Georgia, and work through them as an advisor to the league to continue to promote this technology program to all of their members across the state. Now, I love retirement. I love the time I've been able to spend with my grandchildren, but I also have a passion for helping cities, and I couldn't pass up an opportunity to get back on the road a little bit, not a lot, but tomorrow I'll be in Pikeville addressing an identical situation to Georgetown. Pikeville is a growing city in eastern Kentucky. They have a one-person IT operation, and he is overwhelmed with the work that he has to do, like you, providing for city government affiliated agencies through your interlocal agreements. So I noticed and have talked to Stacy. I applaud you for taking on and purchasing a new software application for your finance department. And tonight, I believe you're going to be talking about proceeding on with the construction of a new police station, which was under debate when I was here. So you've tackled 2 major issues, and now I'd like you, through approving this agreement tonight, to consider taking on what I consider to be a risk management issue. You all are at risk operating 6 servers, overwhelmed with old equipment, the lack of data backup. You're susceptible not only to cyber liability, but you're also susceptible to breakdowns and loss of data from equipment that is so outdated that it needs to be updated over a period of time. So a good technology committee planning out a capital program where you can replace this equipment through reasonable budgetary issues is a great move in the right direction. Sophisticity will address 4 big issues for you. First and foremost is the data backup. Those servers will be monitored real time so that Sophisticity in Atlanta will know to contact Jennifer if something goes wrong with those servers. There's warning signals that servers can generate as long as there's somebody paying attention to them. So number 1 is get this data backed up on site by the hour and off site overnight. And all the data will be encrypted. The keys will be kept separate in Atlanta, while the data will be stored in a Microsoft type secured, licensed facility. So you don't have to worry about the data being stored in a country outside the continental United States. So they're going to provide that for you. They're going to provide an email system that will be reliable, that will be protected from viruses and things of that nature, not only for the power users that work every day, but for some 90 total people who use your email system. They'll all be in one email environment. They're going to give you security support through firewall protection, virus protection. We're going to give you IT assistance from a young man Sophisity has hired who is working out of the Lexington office. His name is Mike Martin. If you have an issue where you need him on site, he's 20, 25 minutes away. He can be here to help you. The company will also help you with your vendor management issues. It's always good to have a tech person talking with a tech person. If your internet goes down, if your phone system goes down, Jennifer has to deal not only with those vendors, but with users who are calling constantly. We have a problem, we can't get on the internet, or we can't do this. So Sophisity can actually get on the phone and start talking to those vendors in the right language and get those problems solved quicker for you. You're going to get a new website, fully capable of handling online payments if you choose to go in that direction in the future. Totally secured ability for businesses or individuals to pay their taxes or pay their occupational fees if you want to bring that into your website. Whatever you choose to do, you will have that capacity. You're going to get document management, which means every document you scan in the system will be easily traceable for open records requests and things of that nature. It would be great, too, down the road to get all the council people into the email system, so you're not having to use your personal email accounts for city business or accepting contacts from citizens, because in a lawsuit, those personal email accounts can be subject to open records requests by the opposing counsel, just like the city's email system. So I don't believe the council is included in our numbers, but it might be something you might want to consider adding if you do implement this program and go forward with it. So there's a lot of improved capacity to take over some IT issues so Jennifer can address the state-of-the-art equipment, getting you off of the Windows XP platform, which isn't going to be supported by Microsoft in less than a year now, next April. You've got a lot of work ahead of you, but I think Sophisity offers a program that I tell our members, let's get that data backed up, let's give you some help. Because a lot of cities try to operate with no IT staff or one person, and it's just not a good environment. So with those comments, I'll be glad to address any questions you all might have before you consider this recommendation.
As far as the website, I think that's one. As far as the website's concerned, Kirby and Jennifer both, how much of that are we going to be able to design with Sophisity?
It's unlimited.
Unlimited.
You can have as many pages as you want.
Okay.
You can have links to affiliated city entities. You can handle the online payments if you choose to go in that direction. Not a lot of cities want to move that quickly towards that, but I'll guarantee it will be a secure environment when you decide to do that.
We get a lot of creative freedom with it when I talk to their programmers, and it's something that either we can send them an email and they can update, or Tracy and her department, Lori's welcome to keep updating it on the fly.
Also, in terms of just aesthetic design of the website itself,
Yeah.
I mean, it allows us the
They give
freedom.
you plenty of options as
Okay.
to, you want 3 columns, 2 columns, what colors, what features you want on there.
Photos.
Shared management will really help, because a lot of cities your size don't have the staffing to keep current events up to date. I noticed when I went on your website this week, it talked about the fire symposium, but I'm sure you have a lot of other events that are going on that if people have time to get that on the website or to Sophisity, they'll upload and update the website.
Right now, the website is not letting us update anything.
Tracy and Lori talk to me on a constant basis about
If you
how
don't
we
know
can
how to
make it
run the
better.
content management program, it's worthless. It really is. And so, Sophisity will take care of that for you. Now, As far as unlimited, your backup data, it's unlimited. We're not selling you X number of gigabytes. Whatever data you accumulate, you'll always have the capacity in the cloud and at the storage facility.
So no matter how big we get, we don't have to purchase any more cloud?
Nope, nope. That's all built into your monthly payment.
Another thing that I would like to add, I'm a big believer in partnerships and helping out government where maybe there's a slack, and I really believe businesses should step up and do their part if they have teams available. And over the last 3 months, I've gone to every business with an awesome technology department, every educational institution, just trying to get some form of a technology program that would come to us at no cost. And the resounding attitude I got was, nothing we could do for you, you would be able to sustain for yourself, so we have to pass. We're sorry, we feel really bad for you personally, but there's nothing we can do to help you until you develop an IT department. And I think this is the first step in leaning. There's no other cost-effective way to really get as much for our money that we're getting with IT in a Box. We could get another temporary worker. He was like, what, 3 months, $18,000? You know, you get a lot more for your money. We fix our website, we fix our email, we fix our online backup. We've got a lot more issues to overcome, but at least those are 4 things that we can knock off of our list for, you know, when you look at the alternative price points on that, it's a very feasible, you get a lot for your money with this program.
Well, that's the amount of money not to exceed the $47,688, and that's an annual cost, but I heard Kirby say monthly. So is this broken up monthly, or is this a one-time fee?
It's a monthly payment, and it's a 12-month agreement.
That if that comes up to not to exceed the $47,688?
That's
Right, like $3,000.
for your 12-month agreement, that's what the total fee would be. Now, if you choose to add the council as email users, it's $7.50 a month per council member that would come into the system. So if you hire new people and you need to add, 2 or 3 more people in the system, yes, there'll be adjustments to that, but that would have to be requested by you all. I mean, it won't be automatic. It'll just be you all recognizing that you want to add something to the program.
So the $39.74 is based on what we have current, no expansion in terms of employment?
Right, it's going to cover what we call 20 power users, people that are on the computer every day in City Hall. This does not address the police department, by the way. Their operation with their own servers. And I would suggest that as you move forward on a new facility, that's the time to be taking a hard look at public safety facilities, what IT needs they have, Wi-Fi environments in that new building, the use of, are they using video cameras already in the cars?
Yes.
I mean, it's going to take pretty big servers to hold all that video in case those contacts are ever needed in a court case, that type of thing.
So this is City Hall only, this isn't Public Works?
It
this
is.
isn't-
What's
It's
in our
those departments
server
that
room.
reside on your 6-server network,
Okay.
which is
Parks and
everything
Rec?
but police. I'm
Not
No.
Parks and Rec?
So cemetery, recycle, public works, everything located out of City Hall here, and all the fire stations, city fire stations.
Is this in the budget?
It's not in the budget.
I knew there was going to be a couple things on the agenda for me to address technically before it got to my section. I can mention this again during the finance update, but as mentioned during my quarterly finance update last month, I'd mentioned that there was a second estimate payment on net profits. I did look that up. It was $408,200. If you approve this, and there may be another item that may require some funding on the agenda tonight, I would come back to you next meeting with a budget amendment to utilize some of that estimated payment to use that. And of course, I have a finance update that I'm going to share with you a little more about net profits and how our fund balance is looking. And I will say that I currently haven't accounted for any of the net profits for 13-14 because we did use $600,000 in our first budget amendment. But of course, we know a couple of things have come up. So that would be our recommendation if you choose to approve this. What I would come back next cycle with a budget amendment. She has enough in her current line item budget under general government to pay for the first month or two until we could get through 2 readings of a budget amendment to cover the remainder of the contract.
So go ahead.
I was going to say, but we're looking at about 50,000 a year.
Yes.
A little under.
So, like I said, I think there may be one other item that may,
So it would come out of that. Yeah.
yeah, that requires some funding. So that would be my recommendation.
Well, you had mentioned before the need for additional staffing in that department. Will this negate that, at least temporarily?
Temporarily. It'll help us a little bit, you know.
Okay.
But for instance, I'm only supposed to work 35 hours a week. Between all the power outages, the fiber cut, when these things go down, I have to go to every department and bring the equipment back up. These things just don't come to life themselves. I'm already at 57 hours. So, you know, I was in here on Saturday. I got a call from the fire department, can't access any workstations. Came in, server room, 150 degrees, all the machines running, but nothing actually connected. Somebody has to be here at all time to be able to bring this equipment back up. If it comes up on its own and nobody's there to check it, that's when the cooling system doesn't kick on by itself, and that's why the server room gets so hot. And that's where we came so dangerously close to losing massive amount of data, because our backup is sitting right next to our servers. We don't have off-site backup yet. So, when you look at somebody's salary, there's no way you could get someone's salary to do this, and I'm hoping that if we can at least get it together enough to seem like we have a functional IT department, that we can get some intern help, and we can get some help that maybe would alleviate that, in the short term, to where we can get on an operation management system, we can get equipment that when it does go down, it comes back up on its own. We streamline our processes through every department, and then we find one of the big things I want to have time to do is to review all our service contracts. None of the technology costs are actually listed as a technology cost. They fall under general fund. The interlocal thing, we have got to address that the issue with the interlocal funding, which is the things we'll be doing on the committee, because like with the phone system, I'm fairly certain that just by consolidating and centralizing technology, a lot of the things that we want to do, we can pay for just by honing in the costs, but that's going to take a good bit of time to review all these service agreements. Why are we paying for something like the alarm company that we don't get anything out of? By the way, we can also just tap directly into dispatch. Why would we go pay someone to do that? Every aspect of technology really needs to be looked at and figure out how we can make it better, more efficient, doing it with a minimal staff. But right now, it's just, like especially this week, we've got fire stations that they lost equipment during a thunderstorm a month and a half ago, and I still haven't got them up working because of all the massive failures we have on a weekly basis here. So, it's just, it does not work with one person. Nobody else does it with one person unless they do a fully functional outsource. It just, yeah.
Well, this will give us a temporary fix, and we can address.
Right.
that on
Sophisticity
down the line.
also, they offer a 7-day help desk system. And under this contract, if Jennifer can get the bandwidth issues dealt with through changes in your Active Directory, then Sophisticity can dial into the systems remotely and take care of some of the issues. So that should alleviate some of her time. But Jennifer pointed out, as you approach next year's budget, take a look at what you are spending on technology that you don't recognize as a technology cost. You won't need to have your hosting fees for your website anymore, because that would all be provided within this agreement. So there'll be some other areas where you can not have to spend money, which goes a long way in paying for this type of program. But the league is convinced. The league has a contract with this company to assist it in Lexington. I told you I'm meeting with Pikeville tomorrow for a similar situation. I'm meeting next week with Sophisticity and the city of Bowling Green. My city has 9 people in its IT department. But again, data backup is an issue that those IT people possibly would want to quit worrying about, where they can address applications, wireless networks throughout the entire city, things of that nature. So it's kind of a partnership, and it's a program that's well worth you considering.
David?
Well, two things, Mayor. First of all, do we need a thermostat and some type of exhaust system in that room? Is that a common problem where it heats up to 150 degrees?
That's when the power goes out, and there's no way to tell that the power went out in the building until someone says our network isn't working. As a standalone cooling system, it just doesn't flip back on its own.
I think he's
Typically
talking
it's-
about the temperature you found in the room down there.
Yeah.
We don't have a diesel generator.
You would have to have a generator, just like a disaster preparedness plan. Do you have a generator set up for City Hall?
No.
Well, if you did, then you could make sure that room was it kicks on when the generator comes in and keeps the temperature and the lighting.
We call the electrician. The electrician says it's not his issue. It's something with Kentucky Utilities, even though only portion of the building will go out. It'll happen in the middle of the night. We don't know. And the machines have been running for hours without the cooling system having kicked back on.
Mayor, one of the challenges, at least for me, and maybe for others, is, this is an area that I'm not overly familiar with. $50,000 seems like a lot of money to throw at a particular problem that I really don't understand. I understand pieces and parts of it, but the minutia of it, I don't know if any of us.
Where you work, someone does that for you, don't they?
That's right.
I think that's the point, is that where everybody works, they have somebody that takes care of this. People
Okay.
that come from the state.
That's what she
But
works
there is
for.
a very beefed up technology team running it. And as the city, you may think $50,000 sounds like a lot, but when you look at the liability of what's happening.
I'm not debating it. I don't mean it to sound that way. I just don't know. Quite honestly, I guess I'm ignorant to some of this general information.
Yeah,
So-
I've said it a couple times. Come down to the server room at any time.
Well,
I will log into the equipment.
Even if I did, I don't have a degree.
Still wouldn't know.
He couldn't turn the computer on.
When you do that, you do understand that when you see a box sitting there, that box has 70,000 lines of code that you have to program in there and make it work right, that you don't just plug it in and it works fine,
Okay. All right.
that type of thing.
And then the other thing that I guess I would say is, what and Herbie's a good example of this. How are other communities facing these challenges? And I guess Herbie's a good example of that. He's traveling from one end of the state to the other, literally, to
I'll be
address
honest,
it.
the cities who don't choose to move in this direction are just leaving themselves at risk.
Right.
I can tell you the city of Horse Cave lost 20 years of data because the city clerk's PC was not sending the data to the server like they thought.
Yeah.
And they now have to rely on old paper books of minutes of meetings and records and ordinances. Imagine what Georgetown would do if you lost. In fact, you had a server crash here that I became aware of as I was departing as your interim CFO.
Yeah.
Another city, I'm trying to think, St. Matthews. I've got about 6 or 7 cities now that are actively considering proposals to come into the program because they're becoming more aware of the need to communicate with the state via the internet and the need to protect their data so that every day that data is backed up on site. Every hour your data is backed up on a local box. And it's only incremental changes in the data. So we're not going to bog down the system with a full backup every 60 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, Kirby, with the experience that we had with you, you're an excellent ambassador for their program. And I'm
thank
sure
you.
they realize that, and that's why they've got you on the road.
That's
right
why they
now.
want me on the road. But,
Yeah.
And it's my job just to make you aware of the risk. But as I was telling Mark, I watched the Country Music Awards last week, and there was a great little band called Little Big Town. And the minute I heard that, I said, well, that's where I'm going next week, Georgetown. It's a big town. You're not a little town anymore. A city your size normally doesn't have the data issues and complexities that you are involved with because of your interlocal agreements, because of the volume of resources and money you've got coming in. And it's just been ignored. I hate to tell you that. It's just been ignored, and it's really time to catch up. And this is a program that can help you do that if you choose to.
And Megan, she did the research. Cities our size have 4 to 6 people on staff, and they've had a functioning IT department for years. They didn't miss every window to upgrade seamlessly as the technology allowed it. We've got this gap between where our computers do not understand what today's world is trying to say, and there's no real easy way to get us there at this
Okay,
point.
with that, one thing I guess I do understand is this the best step for us to take, or is there something different, maybe even a little bigger, that's more encompassing that helps us resolve the problem for a little bit more? Or, I mean, I'm sure maybe you might have an answer, and maybe I should ask Kirby that question. I mean, you know, this is going to take care of I guess some of our problems, but it doesn't take care of all of our problems. So is there something else? I mean,
Simplicity is not an on-site. They're not going to put somebody in here, for a 35-hour work week.
Yeah.
But by having them touch on those 4 critical issues, plus more,
Yeah.
your IT assistance and information, your vendor management, they will assist. If you want to look at a new phone system, they can provide technical assistance in helping you go out for bids. They've helped cities get the best pricing. They don't sell equipment, but they'll help you find the best pricing on equipment and servers that's available for you to consider in your bidding processes. We think it's a great solution for a city your size, believe me.
do you think it's
There's a company in Lexington, I think the name was already mentioned, that works with, I think, the police department, but they're expensive.
Yeah,
And
I
this is a
spoke with
great
that guy.
solution for what I call a reasonable cost.
So this is the next best step for the city of Georgetown at this time?
I would recommend it over hiring one more person, because one more person isn't going to solve your problems. They're just going to come in and help you address the problem.
Yeah. That's what I was getting ready to say. You could have 2 or 3 people extras on hands until we resolve the issue.
Right.
You know.
Remember, this is a risk management. Your data is at risk.
Right.
You do not want to receive a call from the mayor or Jennifer tomorrow telling you we've lost 3 servers and all the data. Building inspection has no clue. We're not backed up. We can't get our records back online. You know, we've got to start from scratch and go forward. We can't tell you whose building permits are there or not there. There's some real risk here, and the sooner you at least take this step and get that data, and let Sophisticity help you get that data backed up, figure out what the issues are.
I think it's important to remember that those things that he said, those for periods of time throughout the week, the data does go away, and I have to really work to bring it back and to get those machines back up and going. So one day it just may not come back.
So the beef of what we're talking about here with Sophisticity is more of the data backup, really, than everything else is kind of ancillary benefits.
comes with the package.
It does come with, but really what we're talking about here is backing up data. So in terms of what you're talking about with your work orders that continue to hit your desk, that's not something necessarily that this will fix.
For 20 users.
Right. That's the only thing that's going to fix that is staffing. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
So David,
But
that's
it will fix it for 20 users. So if I'm sick, can't talk, the 20 users will pick out, heads of departments that need it for their group, and then they'll be able to call in, so at least they can get something done until we can figure out. It's, how this is going to turn out is how you guys want it.
But like what you're talking about with the 20 users and with the fire department and what happened there, you may only be talking really about 3 or 4 users that may be on this program. The other desktops are still going to fall back onto you to be able to get
Absolutely.
those back up.
And that's
So-
why I'm really hoping that if I can show these educational institutions that it really isn't just me and I actually have support, that they would be willing to let us have some students and trust them. But it's very difficult for them to say, we're going to give one person, who's running an entire city, and they're supposed to be mentoring these students. How are they going to get anything done? It sounds like you guys just want, free labor. There's not going to be any mentoring there.
Yeah, I completely understand. I think
I can see that.
what this comes down to really is a matter of budgetary priorities. I mean, we've got kind of a risk issue here. Right, $40,000 is going to help the situation. It's not going to cure the situation by any form or fashion. And I think that's important for us to understand, because if this were to be approved, and Jennifer comes back to us in 6 months or during budget season and says, hey, I need some more money, all of a sudden we need to understand what position we're in at that point based on what we've done here. I don't want us to overestimate, if we do approve this, the capabilities of the Sophisticity program. because after talking with her at length and knowing a little bit about that data background, we have pretty major issues here, and these major issues we can deal with incrementally, or they can come up and bite us really quickly.
The way that I'm looking at this is that if we had a really good employee that had the experience that we needed, the most we could ever put on them would be, okay, you handle the website, you handle the email, you handle online backup, and you take calls for tech support. You know, there's just not a lot of people willing to work that have experience for, you know, under $45,000 a year. And then when you tack on benefits to that, so this would replace that one person we would need, and it would immediately get rid of the issues that, I mean, that's serious. I know it sounds like email, that's not a big deal. But when you're relying on communication and Tracy is doing her alcohol licensing by it and she's not getting signed forms that should have been there, and it's, you know, the state's waiting on several of us, you send off an email in good faith thinking it's going to get there, especially with really important things from the city attorney and city clerk, and
Can't
it's
even
just
email
not
the
getting
lead
there.
cities. It just doesn't
We're
get there.
blacklisted. Yeah, we're blacklisted so many times, and the way this was handled in the past was that the tech person at the time would call our ISPs and say, we need a new IP block. Well, he did this 5 times, and so now that we're blacklisted again, they said, we're not going to give you a new IP block. You just fix it. Just fix what's causing this to happen. And so that's where, you know, it comes to, I have exhausted everything for free resources, you know, that would be a partnership where we could do something in exchange. We'll put your logo on our website. What are your terms? And nobody this far behind, they don't want to work with us right now. The best we can hope for is to show progress, and then we can get people on board with partnerships.
Brad, you were absolutely correct. This 40-some thousand is not going to correct their problem.
No.
It's a beginning, but we've still got a long way to go.
Well, and
we've got quite a bit more money we're going to have to invest in our
I kind of
IT.
see where she's coming from in terms of asking, you know, for help, because when those schools or those businesses or whatever send somebody over here, it kind of puts them in a position of liability, because we're so far behind the curve that it's of no benefit to them to bring students in here,
Yeah.
you know, to chisel on rock tablets.
Yeah. And with the corporate partnerships I was looking at, their point was just anything we do for you, you would not be able to maintain on your own.
Right.
You have to have to have a functional IT department.
Have we contacted Toyota? Babe?
Yes.
Okay.
If we put this in, I guess, the standard way that a department comes to council and says that they have a problem related to some service or something they want, they come and define the problem in an RFP. And then we vote as far as whether or not we agree with those parameters. We may take away a few, we may add a few, and then we send that out as an RFP, and then we get a request for quotes or RFQ or RFP or whatever. Have we done that in this case, as far as not just defining the problem, here's the service we need, and we advertised it and not only get Sophisticity but other potential vendors to bid on this service and tell us what they can do?
There's no real, as far as like, you can't bid out to run an entire city. There's aspects of it that we could bid out, but
you can always define what we need.
Yeah, like
and I think that's maybe David's point.
Yeah.
Not to put any, but it's the first things first is we haven't really defined what we need. It's more been like, here's this problem, here's this problem, here's this problem, here's this problem. As a council, I don't think we've really been shown a definite, discrete list of problems that we can look at, come to a consensus about it, and then send it out for bid.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is that the companies that we go for quotes like NetGain, their way of doing it is they will come in and they will evaluate everything, because I cannot give them enough information to put a cost with it, because it's everything. Everything links in together. So since I can't give them enough information on everything the way NetGain and companies do, they come in and they will make an estimate of, okay, it's going to take $2.5 million for say, because those are the numbers they were throwing out when they said a city of 30,000 people. And then, so we'll give you the plans for a percentage of that, and you can either go with us and we'll follow through with the plans, or you can just keep the plans and do the work on your own. It's not really I wouldn't even begin to know how to write an RFP for a completely failing infrastructure that ties into the software. There's just not a company that comes in and does everything for a city, like every aspect of managing its technology.
Mark, I
Because
think
we have,
what you brought up, I think some of that could be handled with the advisory board.
yeah.
You can look at the problems there. We have quite a few,
I mean,
in various departments, the people that are going to be on the board that are, have a lot of knowledge about computer, about IT.
I read through the report that Jennifer gave you all back, I guess July. And she did enough investigation work and due diligence that I think she did a good job of laying out to you what your main issues are. Okay? Sufficity is a company that provides a professional service, and that professional service is get your data backed up on-site and off-site, provide technical assistance, and offer all those other features which we offer you for one package price. So it's really if you want to do the RFP, you're going to have to take that full report and figure out what it is that you want to be addressed externally by a professional service company. And that's exactly what Sufficity does for you.
And I mean, there is just my job is to keep the departments up and running, and just with the finance software alone, that was 3 days that I couldn't do anything. That wasn't even me putting together the RFP, getting the information. There's just the amount of hours that I'm at just keeping the equipment up and running leaves no room for this. That's why we have to change something, because we're not getting any further ahead. Every day that we leave this, we're falling further behind, and I don't know where I'm going to have the time to even truly list out what has to be done in what order. That's why we need the committee, so that we can lay these things out, whiteboard them out, and decide the priorities together. You know, the phone system, it's end of life. It's only got 6 months of support left, but we can't upgrade the phone system until we upgrade the whole network, the infrastructure of the network. Then we have to decide, okay, who's going to be on our phone system? Because right now it's only City Hall and a couple of people, but everybody wants in on it because it's more cost effective that way. Those are the things that we have to work out. Because when I talk to NetGains, they ask, well, what do they want? And I say, I don't know, because a lot of it has to do with the convoluted interlocal and, you know, how it's paid for, and technology. Zeros and ones do not understand city and county. They don't understand political parties.
You talked a while ago that you already had like 56 hours in 1 week. How many extra hours a week are you getting in? And maybe am I out of line
Never
there?
has a normal week.
No.
Well, the reason I'm asking this question, are we comp timing her? Are you on salary or hourly or?
Right now I'm on hourly. Yeah, it's not comp time now. And even if there was, I'm never able to even.
Well, I'm trying to get to the question. If you're getting 56, 60 hours a week on an hourly, we would be silly not hiring a part-time person, in my opinion.
That's a different game.
The
We're talking about something else.
$18,000 that
No.
we spent on
But-
the last time that you were in front of us, we spent $18,000. What did the taxpayers receive for that? What was it used for?
We kept the network up. We got the ticketing system fully implemented. That's where I got the number of the 300 tickets. We fixed as much as we could. We fixed a significant amount of it. There's just some outstanding issues that we couldn't. The antivirus program that the city was using, it was 3 years behind in virus updates. So, you know, these things have to be done on each server. It's not one server, one thing. So it caught us up for the years behind that we were, at least to secure us and help departments function, which, you know, you don't really ever leave feeling good because you fix, you know, a few things, but you've got 30 people that you had to feel like you blew off because it didn't quite make the priority cut. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with the server room and the server world, those will always take priority. So we've got some people that have been waiting for months for things that we just can't get to, you know, their printers, stuff like that. I mean, we have a very, believe it or it's a very sophisticated network. It's not like a few computers. We're running some major machinery down there, and at each site we've got machines there that link to this. So we're a fully networked WAN. And I mean, the things with working with the committee, I think you'll understand more when we can work together on this. But as far as, I'm just having a really hard time with time management and just keeping the data safe and keeping up to where we don't lose everything. And, you know, there are lots of departments that they're just not getting what they need from IT.
I think the key is that job responsibility in itself is an ongoing thing. It's not like you get it done once and it's good for a year.
No.
It's something that's repetitive that you've got to stay on top of all the time.
Yeah.
Is this a 1-year contract, 2-year contract? Is it a simple monthly
It's
contract?
it's only a 12-month contract, but it's renewable. It's your option. You know, you would bring it back up every 12-month
And
cycle.
I'm looking at the quote here. There's a email only line item that's worth about $500. Is that based on every user that we have in
That's
the
like
system?
some 70 users who need to be in the email environment, like I suggested.
Okay.
Adding to that 70 a month or two from now, if you choose to, you all as council people.
Right.
Yep.
You know, I would
It's getting
say
everybody into one email environment, run, managed by the city, so you know if you get an open records request, everybody's on the same page and not using Gmail, Yahoo, or whatever.
You know, I would say this is a 1-year contract. I think we have at least a taste of the position that we're in right now. We may not have gotten a full bite, but I think we know a little bit about the position that we're in. I guess I would ask council to at least bite on this for a year, see what we can get by. We have the revenue that we don't have accounted for that we could allocate for it. You know, it makes sense to me for us to at least use this kind of as a barometer to see exactly where we are in terms of labor hours, to get stuff done, to catch up. I think the value behind the data backup is, I think that's an easy sell. So I guess if we're looking for a motion, I would probably go on and make the motion.
Okay, I need one.
I'll second it, and I'll just say this. It's a little bit like what David was talking earlier about the stormwater down on South Broadway. We spent millions of dollars, and he's right, it's actually millions of dollars when I'm sticking through my head through the years. And what we did there was, I think we went through RFQs and RFP process, but we stated a problem, and somehow the problem never gets solved. And it's the same thing that kind of concerns me here. Right now, we're going to spend $50,000 this year, somewhere around on this service through KLC, which is a great partner. I just want to know that the data security problem is going to be solved, that we're going to move forward on the website, and then also on secure email, that's going to be solved through
That's
this.
why I feel so confident that this is something that we can hit the ground running. I've talked to the guys at Simplicity, talked to people at KLC, other cities that are using this program. It's something where we can just catch up to speed on just this aspect really quickly and feel very safe in that.
And I think with KLC's imprimatur on this, they've revolutionized insurance services for the city of Georgetown. Well, I think that was one of the best decisions we've made from a management standpoint, is going with KLC on the insurance. So I'll second Brad's motion.
Any other comments?
I would like to see, sorry, your first and second, and I'll probably vote no on it, not because the city probably doesn't need it. I agree with Mark. With KLC backing it up, helps it to feel much more secure. But I'm going to vote no because it's $50,000. I don't like something being brought to a single council meeting that needs to be $50,000 without us at least having a little more time to think about it. And with Stacy's comment about there's other financial things on, I'm not ready to spend $50,000 immediately tonight. So that's why I'm voting no for it. Probably it's a good system and needed, but I'd like to have another week to think about it.
But to be clear, we're not spending the $50,000 tonight. We won't be able to do that until we have a budget amendment in front of us, correct?
But if you approve it, then you've given permission to do that.
We're authorizing data into the contract, and I'll bring back first reading for the budget.
First of the year.
Your first and second reading on that.
She has enough in her current tech line item to cover the first month.
You know,
Contracts, any governmental contract that funds aren't appropriated, we should have the ability to terminate a contract if funds are not appropriated. So we would be able to cover the
guess
we have two experienced people here talking to us. Basically, a lot of what they said I don't understand. Now, I don't know how IT experienced you guys are. We have to rely on them. I have tremendous confidence in Jen. She busts her tail every single day here and coming back on the weekends. And heaven forbid if she gets sick. That's all I can say right now. But this is the beginning of trying to get our IT back where it belongs.
That's what I'm saying. We're spending way too much money on open.
You will receive transparency on your data backups. You won't have to worry.
20 hours a week.
Jennifer can sleep at night. You all can sleep at night knowing once Sophisticity gets in here, offers you the technical expertise you need to figure out how to get those servers backed up correctly. You're going to be much better off, believe me.
Mayor, I was just going to say, if some of the council, and obviously Karen's a little uncomfortable voting on it tonight, I wouldn't be opposed to waiting 2 weeks and giving everybody a little bit more time to think about it. I know the motion's been made, the second's been made, but quite honestly, in years past, when there were some council members or a council member that just wasn't quite comfortable, we kind of said, all right, let's give it 2 weeks and let's let everybody kind of get more comfortable with it. And I don't know if that's going to change how Karen views it, but I will say this: we've been down the path with computer situations and I don't mean to bring up negative things or a white elephant in the room, but that's an area that we've had some challenges in.
I read the full report, and where I see it happens with the functional requirements were never fully defined in the beginning, and nobody knew what was going on enough. Nobody had that vested interest there to be checking to understand what the programmers were turning in. And that's what we want to avoid from ever happening again. Where that's why internally we have a technical coalition that involves police, dispatch, we're working together, and now we need this committee where we can get your input. So, the issue is not a new issue. I know the money is new, but we've also had some very bad things happen this week with 4 power outages, a fiber cut. Before that, it was storms that took everything down. 2 weeks, it's just, you certainly are welcome to do that, but I'm here because I'm really struggling to get these things maintained and keep them up. It is a very sophisticated network that we're running. It may be outdated, but it's still a very sophisticated network, and I can't do it on my own.
Well, I have a lot of faith in you, and obviously if the mayor does, that certainly confirms it as well. But Kirby, I said it earlier, he's a great ambassador, and I think one of you over here, maybe Mark, said having the affiliation with the league, that. Not that it's not credible. I'm just saying if there's a council member, if there's more of you that don't feel comfortable and we can wait 2 weeks, I'm okay waiting 2 weeks. But
I'm call for a vote. Call roll call vote, please. Since we have some
Mr. Lesby? I'm just doing alphabetical.
Thanks. I'll go yes. I'll support it.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Penn?
Yes.
Mrs. Single Sames?
No.
Mr. Showalter?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mrs. Tackett?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, guys. Your new website will be on its way.
Thank you all very much. I will see to it that Sophisticity is on the phone with Jennifer next week and get this process quickly started as possible.
You
Appreciate it.
Thank
be
you. And I'm available. If you all need to call me, you call me.
You be
drive
careful
up.
in your travels.
I will.
I know you're crisscrossing all.
There's going to be snow on the
Take
road
care.
tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I just want to say one thing about that, is it is something that we're not been aware of. It's been ongoing. We talked about it several years ago. And I think one of the things we need to keep in mind, as Jennifer said, is that there's accountability as far as all of the people that are on that coalition, so.
Yep.
Well, it's a good time to create the technology committee as well. I'm glad
Yes.
that you asked to serve, because we've had other successful committee work that can happen outside of council that we're still able to understand. And I appreciate what David said. It's not that we have to understand all of the details of how this is going to work, but the fact that we're protecting the city's records and our ability to do business with the community and do the business with the citizens that's necessary.
Thank you, Bill. Let's take a break.
Good.
Be back in about 5.
great.
Not very far away.
That's what I said. You got that right.
Wow, that used to be-
Okay, we're back in regular session. The next item on the agenda, we need an update from Ms. Tackett on the committee meeting that we had concerning an antenna.
I was fortunate enough to be on the committee with the interlocal agreements, and this has to do with the emergency management tower that's out of Del Plain. And it's antiquated as well. It's about 15 or 20 years old, and it's dangerous, just to put it out there mildly. And they're looking to replace that with a new 100-foot tower. They've got some rough estimates, but they're actually putting it out to bid they're packaging it for the next 3 to 4 weeks to do that. They're thinking the numbers come in around $100,000. They are going to do a geothermal test thing out there that's costing $5,000 that they're taking on themselves. We don't have to participate in that. But it is something that needs to be done. They've had people looking at it. They've had several different reports on it over the past 5 years, I think. So what they've said is that they're going to send the report or the bid out, get it back, and they're going to go ahead and replace it. And it is an interlocal agreement, but we can pay for it in our 2014-15 budget or whenever we can put it into our budget because of what's going on, but it is something that needs to be looked at. So
This will be a freestanding one, this, without wires.
wireless, it's going to be room for growth. It'll be much higher. It'll be able to receive more reception than what the one that's out there now. And also looking at the way that the cables are around it, that's going to be even more beneficial as well. But anyway, that's just a report on it for right now. They did mention that they thought about having these meetings instead of in the morning, so that, because I was the only council person that was able to attend, that they had thought about doing them in the afternoon so a couple other people could attend as well to be there. Just wanted to point that out to you right now. But that's pretty much the update on it now, and they'll tell us more when the RFP comes in. Just a little update.
That's good news.
sorry?
That communication is what we've asked for quite a while, and I'm very happy that that we're going down the road that we're going with that. I think that's a huge step in the right direction.
Yes, that's what they had commented on that as well.
Absolutely.
And we all agree with that.
Thank you, Connie, very much.
You're welcome.
Kyle? Downtown Stormwater Project update.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Here to talk to you about the downtown stormwater design we've been working on for quite some time. If you recall, the downtown stormwater master plan that we talked about, the last meeting we had about this, was completed in 2001. We talked about it as a planning tool designed to provide direction on projects for future consideration. Two projects stemming from this study include the Bradshaw Dam and the detention basin in Gatewood. These were designed to reduce the massive flooding impact. Due to various constraints, these projects were not able to completely fix the flooding issue, which was also outlined in the master plan. They were not intended to fix all the drainage issues.
Right.
Therefore, there are still localized flooding issues. This is mainly due to undersized infrastructure that was never updated when Georgetown expanded further into the watershed. The undersized infrastructure is also failing in a number of locations, as Ann Leader mentioned earlier. The downtown stormwater master plan recommended upsizing and replacing the infrastructure. And tonight, Keith Messenger from HDR Engineering will explain in detail the structural solution that we've come up with for this problem. You ready?
I hope so.
Ma'am, we'll take on any questions that we'll talk about.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Keith Messenger of ACR Engineering. I'm pleased to be here tonight to present to you kind of where we're at right now on the project. I was before you, as I remember, probably this time last fall. And we started working on this project over the winter and pretty much got the preliminary plans done around February, March frame, of which it's just kind of been sitting on the shelf till Kyle got some other pieces of the puzzle in place, which you'll hear about later, I'm sure. We were charged with looking at, originally, we were going to work from the corner of Clayton Avenue down between Ms. Leader's house. The culvert that Ms. Leader talked about is right here, the open culvert. And the original project was Clayton Avenue, just to right there, what we could do. And as we talked about that at that time, if you did something there to upgrade, you're not helping anything at all. You're just putting infrastructure in place, waiting for future infrastructure to make it functional. You really need to look at the entire corridor where it dumps out at Royal Springs, which you changed our scope of work to allow us to do that, to look at the entire corridor, what could we do. The telephone survey of the preferred route, we were originally looking at replacing the system in the same corridor where it was going, but there was a lot of concerns about the existing open culvert that people wanted to leave that in place because of its historic nature, and we looked at the secondary route going down Rucker Avenue, which is where our preliminary plan goes. We've redone the hydraulic study for the area to confirm what we did in 2001 with the master plan, that it was in, pretty much general conformance, that we didn't have anything to do, because when we're getting into design, we need much more particular details to work from, of which we've done. Some of the issues that we ran into were there are a tremendous amount of existing utilities in the area that make it very, very difficult to build. But after much looking at it and everything, we did come up with a facility to build a new 14-foot wide, a 7-foot tall box culvert from Royal Spring, comes down Royal Spring Drive, up Clinton, across here to Ely Avenue in Jackson, down Ely, down Rucker, crossing US 25, down the east side of US 25. And we designed that under Kentucky Highway standards for a 25-year storm. We didn't design it for the 100-year storm, because to go from the 25-year storm to the 100-year storm, you don't really get much more benefit from the dollars that it would cost to upsize that much more for it, because you're looking at a frequency of storm that's going to happen 1%, has a 1% chance of happening versus a storm that has a 4% chance of happening every year. And that's pretty typical highway standards what we use. We felt that was a prudent design to get you the most for what we would be spending if we did do this project in doing that. We, as I said, we ran into many utility conflicts, spent a lot of time with the Georgetown personnel trying to identify what is in the route. We found lots of things that your people didn't know about that existed. They told us things that we didn't find in the field that were there. So our plans kind of are a hybrid of all that, and until you opened up, we don't know what we're going to find, to be honest with you, because there's just not good mapping on it, and we found lots of inconsistencies on the ground with our topographic survey trying to connect things up, and we spent many an hour with your city personnel trying to rectify that. But we were able to identify a route to build a structure that is beneath all the existing sanitary sewers predominantly that would cause us the problems, and allows us to build a structure that is, fortunately, it is deep. I mean, it's 20 to 27 feet deep in the ground in lots of places in doing that, and that drives up the cost significantly in doing that. If you saw the plans in your preliminary packages and the cost estimates doing that, to do the entire project from Clayton Avenue to the water plant, Springs, we're looking at roughly $6.5 million to do that, and we've broken it up into 3 phases. Phase 1, which would be what we would recommend, starts at the Royal Springs and goes along the path all the way up to Jackson and Ely. That would be the easiest way to build it, doing that. Second phase coming up Ely Avenue is the most difficult to build because the houses are so close to the structure, being that deep in the ground, and the contractors are really concerned about that. Then the third phase would be down Rucker Avenue, crossing US 25 and up the east side of US 25 to complete that if we wanted the final plan. But the good news is we've got something that can be built. We were afraid that we were going to be locked in by the utilities. making something to work that you can't keep the sewers and everything in place, and doing that. And this seems to be, this to us is the most economical route. There really is all the terrain and the utilities trying to determine where the route had to be. We were trying to find a second route, but there was just no other second route that was viable.
Can I ask you a question? Since this is an older area and obviously pretty much developed out, with the exception of the Bradshaw Farm, and I don't know that that will ever be developed out with its current status, do you anticipate that the water volume would be consistent from now? You know,
Yeah, I can't see that your water line is going to grow because you have ordinances in place. If somebody does develop upstream
Right.
of the watershed, you're going to have detention, which is going to prevent the peak flow from getting here as fast.
my next question is, how many homes are significantly impacted by the situation that exists today?
Probably 4.
Okay.
And
I guess
where they're at, unfortunately, Miss Leader's house is the lowest spot in this entire water.
you probably know where I'm going with this.
Yes.
When we buy the properties, we buy them. We offer to buy each and every one of the homes that are impacted.
Interesting what you say that, because when I looked at our alternative analysis, you read in my report.
No, I
Have you
didn't read
read my
that.
report yet?
I'm sorry.
What can we do alternatively? I know $6.5
Okay.
million is a big number, and everybody's still breathing. Good. I use one.
Barely.
Barely.
Yeah, barely.
Do that. What are your options? You know, this is a facility to handle the volume of water at peak capacity, to convey it from Clinton Avenue to where it dumps out into the creek down at the water plant. Your only other option is to hold that water someplace else and then repair what you've got in place and try to upgrade it. You have a significant amount of this infrastructure. It's probably 150 years old. Some of the places I saw is just falling apart materially because of brick. You've got so much of those bricks and they're just collapsing. By detaining water someplace else, we can find places to do that, then we can go to smaller structures, less expensive to build, to rebuild the system.
Underground storage.
Underground storage is very expensive. Areas I would identify would be, you know, Ms. Leader's house and the house right next to her on the other side of the culvert would be ideal location. Whether they would or whether they didn't, go across the street, this area right here in front of the school, there's another significant area that could gain some detention volume. I feel easier from the school board to do that. So a lot of the corners, Kyle isn't sure whether the city owns that one or not, what the gas station used to be.
No.
Now, that would be an ideal lot to buy. And if we can look at places to create detention ponds to store the excess volume. Now, that is a less costly solution in my opinion, something that could be done. We would have to determine to do that, and what property and that water sewer to push water.
All of us have seen, or have been here long enough to see the 100-year flood, the 25-year flood on that. And when that water does come down, it does get where the old gas station was. It does huddle and pull into that naturally. And then it goes across to where Miss Leader is and the house is next to her. And then it goes on over to the house that's across Rutger. That would be Mrs. Walter's house and there. And then it gets the house behind that. And then there's a couple of those houses on Ely. That seems to be the bulk of where it
Most of the houses
goes.
are up higher, so it's not likely that they're impacted. They would be all around Ms. Leader's houses, probably.
When you calculate, because what you'd be doing, I guess, is choking down the water, capturing it, and it'd be draining out at
Yes,
a
you hold
controlled
somewhere and
pace.
you reduce the flow where
Right.
it's going into the pipe system.
How many gallons or how many square feet of capacity would be needed to improve the situation?
That I do not know, because we haven't looked at from that angle, what kind of volume would it take?
Yeah.
Probably, from talking to the neighbors in the area, that they say that Bradshaw Dam, since it's been built, has helped.
Mm-hmm.
That was the hint, was to help.
Right.
You know, it doesn't, if you could make Bradshaw Dam bigger, it still would help, because you have a tremendous watershed coming to this point from other areas where there is no detention.
Right.
From the college, you know, you've got a smaller pond in Gatewood, but a lot of that water comes down past Gatewood, comes across, there's a drainage spout that comes right down through here. The Gatewood Pond is right up there, but there's a lot that comes down through Indian Acres and comes right down through here, right down the border. All this area comes right down the street here, comes down a pipe, turns and goes right back around.
How much of this, oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
How much of this is just natural? I mean, you know, the culvert there at the Hawkins
Mhm.
house, Mary Garth Hawkins house, it's an old culvert
Yeah.
that predated a lot of the so-called development that happened.
Yeah.
And really, you know, Indian Hills, for example, that's mainly, you know, there aren't curbs in Indian Hills, so most of the water just sluices into the
That's
ground.
good thing in Indian Hills. You
Yeah,
have
that
all
is,
the water
yeah.
in the ditches, and it takes it longer to get here that way. It's
Yeah.
good.
But
Because-
I mean, I've always thought that the problem, you know, down around those four houses and even into Ely Alley isn't anything that's tied necessarily to development. It's more just about just the natural lay of the land.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know really what else.
Well, you have a tremendous area here in the older part of town. You know, water sheets flows down the street. There is no storm system until it gets there.
Yeah.
And it comes right down the curbs, down Highland. There's no storm catcher. Water comes down there and turns and goes right down.
On the paved
Curbs
parts
help
that
right
happens,
now,
but
25 could help.
yeah, on the paved parts that happens, but in the grass, it
When
can
you have
capture
big
some of the water.
grass, you know, gets situated, and then
Yeah.
the water just runs off into
Yeah.
the parking lot.
It seems like what we need to know would be the volume, the gallons that we need to capture, and then we figure out how much acreage is going to be needed.
That would be, you know, a different route to check to do that, see what you can do in the area. Something we can do.
Yeah.
Because to be honest with you, to build the structure down through there, it can be built, it's going to be difficult to build.
So how much did you say again? What was
$6.5 million for
$6.5
That's-
million, yeah.
That is without any good geotechnical information. I have serious concerns with the depth of where we're at and the route that we're going. What are we doing? What impact do we have on the Roy Springs Aquifer? Because we're right smack in the middle of it. Where's it cross through there? You know, I would highly recommend a geotechnical study of this area before we went any further on any final plans to know. You need to know for sure what we're dealing with here. That's going to determine the rock, how much rock. We figured in our cost estimate about, we've tried to figure about half the excavation will be rock. It's probably going to be more than that, which would route cost up. It's an extremely difficult route to get into.
I mean, that'd be the thing I would ask is to tell us, you know, how much do we need to capture? And then, you know, depending on the depth, how many acres are we talking about?
Could we build a basin in that area right there, large enough to relieve that?
I just think this has been a problem for time immemorial. I mean, the spring is the lowest spot in Georgetown for a reason. I mean, and there was a reason that they whoever built the sandstone culvert next to the Hawkins house on Wrecker did it and predated Indian Hills and Scroggins Park and all these streets. It's because even without pavement, you're going to have a heck of a lot of water go down there. And it's just the way God made the land. I don't know.
Very true. And when
You know, I don't know.
Big rain, the aquifer's full. Which there's-
I mean, I think we're trying to correct more a natural problem than any man-made problem. And correcting.
Somewhat, you're dealing with an area, you know, this area of town was developed 100 years ago.
Mhm.
This is a 100-year-old problem.
Absolutely. That's what I just said. Thank you.
We have areas in Lexington that are the same way. You know, you're dealing with areas before you had any city rules or anything for stormwater management, things like that. Cities all across the state are dealing with that.
Do you have, you did make a comment about some of the old culverts and things with the brick and that was deteriorating and all that. Do you have a cost estimated on not doing this plan, but a cost estimated on going in there and fixing some of those?
No, going down Ely Avenue, there are 2 brick culverts on each side of the water line. The water line going right down the middle of the road, the sewer line right beside it, that probably don't meet division of water standards. I think they're too close together. And on each side of them, you've got a small, narrow brick culvert about this wide, not that deep. And the new culvert would be significantly underneath all that. You would be completely digging Ely Avenue up and building it back.
Is that something we're gonna have to do anyway? Because, I mean, those are gonna eventually give away.
Yes. You're going to eventually be in Ely Avenue doing something.
Right. So what kind of a recommendation do you have on that? If we're not talking about doing phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but there's certain sections we're gonna have to eventually handle. So what would be your suggestion at the time that we get to handling those to do?
If you did some type of upstream additional detention, to where we did not have to build a massive structure going down this route, then I would recommend replacing those in place as best we could with a similar size structure.
What kind of cost, estimate off the top of your head, and not being held to, even though you're on camera?
You're probably looking at $1 million.
Like a retention structure?
Yes. Now that's $1 million if you just replace the existing storm system with something of similar size. In doing that, the retention structure is we don't want a retention. We want a detention structure. You want it dry.
Yeah.
Retention has water in it all the time, which is you don't need that liability.
No.
And there are several suitable areas in the area that we could look at to do that.
Is the lot on the corner on Clinton, is that technically in the floodplain? Do you know, does anyone know?
I think the floodplain ends at Royal Springs.
It's not in FEMA's floodplain. The floodplain ends at Royal Springs. It's part of your MS4 system internally in town. Now, the only issue with doing that there is, since that gas station was there, I know there are monitoring wells on that lot. We might run into some EPA issues trying to excavate that lot. That's a flyer out there that you don't know about right now. So that's where we're at the moment, and we're just kind of sitting to see what direction council would desire to go.
Well, HDR's contract has funds budgeted for construction documents, but obviously we're not willing to go ahead with construction documents at this time. So I guess our two main routes would be alter that contract to allow them to do a little more study on another option, a non-structural option, more of a detention option, or perform the geotechnical study, which would give us an idea of exactly how feasible this will be through the lower section of the reach.
How much funds is still there?
A little over 50, I believe,
What was the geotechnical study cost?
between 50 and 100.
50 and 100,000?
But if we're not planning on digging up through all of that, that's why you need that study, correct? Okay.
We would need to look at what could we, to answer Mr. Leslie's question, you need to know what a hypothetical basin would look like, what size it needs to be to relieve the flooding downstream.
Then we need to figure out where to put it.
And figure out where to put it. Well, you've only got two real options. That's either Ms. Leader's house and the gray house on the other side of the culvert, which is really an ideal location because it's the lowest spot in the area.
What about the school property though?
And I'm looking at the school property right across there would be a good place.
How would you force it over to this? How would you force it over to the school property? I've seen it, and I'm trying to think what I have seen. I've seen it on that.
We would put a restriction in the pipe there and make the water go off into the basin, reaches a certain level, dumps back into the culvert to go under, and then a restriction that restricts the water flow out.
Okay, all right.
Would that take it away from Miss Leader's house by doing it that
It would
way?
just move the flood to the other side of the street.
Is that
If we
what
can make a basin there.
Where the brick house is.
I'm sorry?
Where the brick house is, right by the old station.
Yeah, I know what but I'm just asking, would that relieve Miss Leader of having water in her backyard?
Not
Oh, no.
completely.
So we look at it, not completely. She's a low spot, and when water gets in her basement, it's not that it's flooding up to her house and going in. My understanding is she has a dry stone masonry foundation. In a flooding situation, the soil gets saturated. It's just weeping through the soil right into her house, and there's probably no way to fix that.
So, Miss Leader's house and the gray house is really the two best places?
In my opinion, it would be the two best places.
Better than for the school? Better than
In
the school?
conjunction with the school.
In conjunction with the school?
I would dig out on the other side of the school as well.
Okay.
Are you talking about on the school property or?
It's on the school property. Where the playground is right there,
Right.
there's kind of
That's
a
swag
knoll
right
sticking
there.
out there.
Right.
We would, I can envision us carving that knoll out and making a place for stormwater to stand.
So if that was the route we chose to go, we would not need the geotechnical study.
No,
Okay. So I guess I would hesitate to.
the only reason now, if the geotechnical study, if we're gonna do anything at all through the route that it's going, and that's basically down Rucker, down Ely, cutting across to Clinton, up Clinton, and down Water Street, which is where the existing system goes. If we build anything new, it's gonna have to be underneath the existing utilities of any increased
You
size.
said how many feet deep possible?
About 20 to 27 feet deep, almost the entire route. And doing it, we've got, you have, gosh, at the one intersection of Jackson and Ely, there's 6 sewer lines running in all different directions, and we have to get underneath those.
Now, if you were to put that in, let's just say,
Yeah.
of course, I'm the one that doesn't spend money on accounts, but let's just say that you put the whole gamut, you ran it 27 feet, the whole 9 yards. Are you able to guarantee that that would cease all of the problems that we're having in that area? That's what I thought. So probably,
It would handle the flow of a 25-year storm.
how many inches per hour is a 25-year storm?
Probably around 5.
Okay.
100-year storms about 8.
Okay, all right. So that's still not, I mean, it would probably do what we need to do, but that's still not a guarantee
That's
at
a
that
proven
point.
approach, 25-year, to design for the system to carry the 100-year storm. It's going to surcharge or back up in the 100-year storm with just more water. But to go from that 25-year storm to a structure that will carry and convey the 100-year storm is a significant size increase for little gain.
Does the school system, they do have some retention or detention, I guess. No, retention, I guess.
I believe it's tied to the roof drains.
And
Is it?
it's not very big. We would be expanding that significantly, is what I would envision in my mind.
Yeah.
So the two options were the geotechnical study and going on with plans to see what we could do in terms of creating some detention areas.
To see if we could do detention without upgrading what you have there already.
But do we have any idea of, even before studying the question of adding the detention ponds, I mean, do we have any idea whether that would work? I mean, do we have any kind of credible kind of idea going forward?
Yeah, I
if
think,
that would
you know,
work?
you're probably, there's a significant area there that we can capture a good amount of detention. We can't guarantee that misleaders never, and those houses are not going to see water in their backyard. It's a function of, as you said, it's the physics of the area, the geology of the area. We don't know anything about the aquifer when we're having a major rain event upstream in Fayette County when that water's coming down through the aquifer. And in doing the hydrology for this, when we were looking at the sinkhole map, and you can draw a line from Lexmark straight to Royal Springs, and you can see right where it's at, and it's running right through the middle of this project. That's where the aquifer is at.
So are her flooding problems, they're not coming from surface so much. They're probably coming from.
I think most of her flooding problems in her basement when she's having to pump
Yeah.
water out of her
Seeps
basement
up.
is that when the ground gets saturated, it's weeping into her basement.
Her yard does flood.
But her
Yeah.
yard does flood
Yeah.
regularly.
So the detention would be another aid, like we put in some other aids.
Mhm.
It'd be another aid to help slow that water down.
And what you're trying to do is you're just trying to hold back peak flow and let it come out at a lesser rate over a longer period of time.
Now, did you suggest that there was anything that we could or could not do at the Bradshaw Dam in order to help facilitate that, or would it be minute?
I don't think you can do anything to Bradshaw to really help alleviate this anymore because we're so far, there's other issues at play coming at this point. You know, you could restrict flow even further upstream, up in the, what's the name of that area? The housing thing up there, right?
That's
the
Friars
factory.
Park.
Yeah, up there are a lot of low areas
Yes.
that look like they're made for detention, but they don't detain a drop of water because there's 4 to 8-inch pipes connecting all of them. I mean, you have opportunities there to put some kind of restriction structure in front of all those pipes and detain some water up there and prevent it from coming here, but that same water's gonna flow through Bradshaw Dam. And doing that, you're not going to
Right.
help a whole lot down in this area.
That Scroggins runoff, does that run through the Bradshaw Dam? I mean, does it drain back through the farm? Okay.
The runoff that runs, I guess, from Gatewood, does that also run through that culvert, that Sandstone culvert eventually? Okay.
They all come together right there in front of Ms. Leader's house.
And of course, that wouldn't necessarily be diverted into Garth, would it?
No.
Because it'd already be too low.
What we would be trying to do in doing this is that we're going to hold the water east of South Broadway, let the water west of South Broadway get on through before we let ours come through.
How much, I mean, is the college fairly well drained? I mean, does a lot come off the college?
There's a lot coming off the college.
Yeah, probably not any detention up there at all.
Oh, wow.
And it goes back, like I said, you're dealing with a problem that's 100 years in the making. And physically, what's already there, it's expensive to fix. If you really want to fix it. But we can do things that aren't necessarily conveying it by holding it someplace else where you can.
So the geotechnical study that could cost anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 would give you the idea of where all the rock or whatever that would be and build from Royal Springs all the way down. That would tell you what you
That
could
would
do.
be, yeah,
That's
that's
the
what I would
study.
recommend if we're going to build a structure from Clayton to Royal Springs.
And then the cost of about $1 million would be to go in and fix the culverts that are along Ely and different places and put back
Yes,
lights.
and repairs, just put back in place with similar what you have.
Okay, it's about $1 million.
Yeah.
So, looking at doing the retention
Mhm.
basin across at the school and the two houses, what
Well,
would that cost?
Let's assume that we couldn't get Ms. Leader's house or the gray house across the street. Let's focus on the east side of Broadway.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm focused.
whatever the school property would be to get an easement from them, you've got a cost there. And I would recommend buying the house, that lone house that's there. And if we have that lot and the lot where the gas station used to be on the corner, if we can use that lot, you need a little bit of geotech work there to make sure we're not getting into any.
But that's not $100,000.
So, no, that'd be,
Yeah. Okay.
that's probably $10,000 just in that lot there. No, it.
Did I hear five?
10,000.
I'm just
Let's talk to geotech on that one. What we don't want to get into there is digging into something that's going to get the EPA all bent out of shape, and
Right.
then we have a whole other animal that we don't want to deal with and do that. But our intent would be to make as big a detention area in there as we could to hold the major storms.
Number that we wouldn't hold you to even though you're on TV?
You're probably looking, what would it cost to buy a house? Yeah,
Hmm.
200,000.
That gets water?
Well,
I'm just saying.
I don't know, does that have to get watered? But
No,
but
not
what are those
really.
houses worth? I mean, you all live in Georgetown, I don't live in Georgetown, but that's probably
Okay.
kind of.
We only had a realtor. He's a realtor.
If we only had a good realtor.
You tell me.
We had a good.
It gets water. I'm not telling you.
Well, let's see, is that house worth $200,000?
No.
Let's say it is. Okay, $200,000 for the house.
Okay.
You're looking
Sure.
at construction cost, probably to build a detention basin there, $400,000. So all told, you'd be looking at maybe $2 million to repair what you existing have that's deteriorating, and to build some type of facility to detain water. And those are really, really wags, if you want to call them. I've got them stumped now.
Yeah. Do you have any other further questions for Keith?
Well, I guess a study to see if we can do what I think kind of what we're all.
Yeah, hydraulically to go in and evaluate that. The good thing about that is we've done the hydraulics for the areas already done. We just have to add a basin to it, which is not all that difficult for us. That just wasn't our charge to do that.
Right.
Our charge was to come with a path to build a structure through there.
So if what would we need to okay to get that part of that study done?
Well, since we already have existing funds for contract documents,
And we
I'd
just
rise
roll
to
that
a
and do it.
contract amendment. I don't know, would they need to approve that? Yeah, so I'll bring it back before you, probably by the next meeting, I would say.
Yeah, we can work on that and come up with the language that they need.
So,
I'm gonna give you another option to think about. me and my team have we spent many hours brainstorming, trying to think, what can we do? We said, we saw these costs, and said, they're gonna shoot me when I go up there and present this, so.
Chief, you got your gun out?
Yep.
Sounds like we need to
You're
run
gonna
it
bring
somewhere
back to
besides trying to flip
Yes,
the lines.
I think it would be,
what avenue to go down.
I think
Okay.
it would be smart to look at the second option and then reevaluate which would be the better option to do.
Can we get an inventory of the homes specifically affected by this flooding? I mean, specifically, people that have complained to the city, said their houses are flooded, their yards are flooded on this particular issue. Starting with, Ann Leader and that.
I'm sure we can.
Hawkins house. Let's get at least a defined list of people and, go from there. To figure out exactly what the scope of the problem is.
Yeah, actually, I think Keith is right. I believe it is in the master plan.
I think those houses are identified in the master plan.
Okay.
And they're probably in that memo that I sent to you a long time ago.
I don't know. I can dig that up or not.
And compiled new lists.
Yeah, but just to have some sort of idea.
Yeah.
Is
Isn't it an email that went away in our IT?
No, I don't have city emails, so I have all my old emails.
Reserve comment on that one.
My old emails.
Well, if there's no other questions, thank you, council.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the other alternative.
ScottPublib.org.
Well, I lie late in bed many nights thinking about this. That's my job, is to think of better ideas. Sometimes there is no other mousetrap.
Okay, Kyle, your second item?
Try to run it off the battery. What's the quicker take gonna be?
Try being on this side.
Some days we don't envy it.
All right. I guess I will start. You all ready?
Ready to go.
All right. This is the results for the stormwater implementation feasibility study. On October 8th, 2012, council approved spending $32,000 from the 2012-2013 fiscal budget for this project. The goal of this project was to determine the most feasible method to fund stormwater projects, which is essentially a municipal separate storm sewer systems, phase 2 permit requirements, and the maintenance activities for stormwater here in Georgetown. Some of these activities include capital projects to ease localized flooding, like the project we just talked about, capital projects to improve stormwater quality. Stormwater quality is part of our permit, and there are some structural projects that will be shown a little bit later, to be listed out, that we could use to improve our stormwater quality. Pipe failures, sedimentation removal, trench restoration, stream monitoring, which will be a requirement of our permit when these TMDL comes through, illicit discharge monitoring, and all other aspects of our MS4 permit. Our permit requirements are expensive, and these costs will only increase in the future. Currently, the stormwater quality permit requirements from the unfunded federal and state mandate is funded out of the general fund. The consultants, John D'Amico in the middle from Environmental Rate Consultants, and his brother Al D'Amico, and our subcontractor Steve McKinley from URS Corporation, are here tonight to present the summary of their findings. We work closely together with various city and interlocal departments to gather all this information and to discover the true cost of what we spend here in Georgetown at our existing level of service. And they will now present.
Thanks, Kyle. Again, I'm John D'Amico. I'm president of Environmental Rate Consultants. We're a very specialized financial and computer consulting firm. We're located up in northern Kentucky. When we are hired to perform a feasibility study for stormwater management, we typically team with an engineering consulting firm and URS. And Steve McKinley wants Steve to introduce himself and a little bit about URS.
I'm Steve McKinley. I'm Vice President of URS Corporation. We have about 25 people that are totally dedicated to stormwater and water resource problems in our Louisville office. I actually live in Shelbyville, Kentucky, and my daughter and my son-in-law and my two beautiful grandchildren live right here in Scott County. I'm a graduate of the University of Kentucky and a professional engineer in Kentucky.
A little bit more about our stormwater experience, the three of us. We've been involved in over 50 successful stormwater utility implementations. We've worked with 9 communities in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We're currently under contract with the City of Frankfort and Franklin County. And I guess we've been in this business long enough where we've been hired as expert witnesses on stormwater litigation matters. We worked on 4 projects as it relates to stormwater management and litigation. This is an outline or list of all the key tasks that we performed regarding the feasibility study. I do have slides for most of these bullets to provide the detail, but there's a couple things I want to point out. The first thing we did is created and utilized a technical advisory committee comprised of city staff, consultants, the county planning. Some of the work we've done with litigation, we found that even the decision-making process is challenged. We're assuming that somewhere in the future, because the stormwater is so controversial, that your program, if you do set one up, probably will be sued. So we're starting that case file right now to protect you. And we found that having a group effort, if you will, a committee making decisions versus one person versus the consultants coming in and making the decisions, that it fares better, especially if there's a litigation matter. I'm going to talk a little bit about the data we evaluated. We collected the financial data, the billing data, the GIS shapefile. We performed what's called the current stormwater level of service, cost of service analysis. We performed a financing option where we looked at 15 different funding options, including a stormwater utility, and we'll show you that. And obviously, this evening is the City Council presentation is the culmination of all the work we've done. After we created that technical advisory committee, as I said, we collected all the data. We collected the Planning Commission GIS shapefile. We collected the Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Billing System, and we actually merged those 2 data sets together. We've got about a 60% match when we put those 2 data sets together. GIS and stormwater are parcel-based, and typically water and sewer billing systems are customer-based. So those 2 worlds kind of collide when you put those 2 data sets together. But you do have the Scott County Planning Commission does have one of the best GIS systems that we've seen. And the third bullet down there, what we did note about the Georgetown Municipal is that if the city would proceed and set up a stormwater utility, that we were told that there are hardware and software constraints that Georgetown Municipal probably could not add a stormwater charge to their existing system. I don't know, Kyle, if there's
I just want to make mention, you'll see on the next few slides, policy paper 1, policy paper 2. That's very important to what John said earlier about setting up the technical advisory committee from the standpoint of making this legally defensible. We document everything. We document all of these decisions. We make sure that the information that went into making the decision, as well as our recommendation, and then whether you agree with that particular recommendation or not. And that can be part of actually the defense of the utility when we if in fact it's,
The second major task, again, I mentioned, we performed a financing option analysis. You notice there on the left-hand side, there's 15 different funding options that we evaluated. Across the top, there's 10 selection criteria, and we assigned a 3, 2, or a 1, depending on which criteria and which funding option. And you notice that number 4 there, the utility service fee is rated 29 out of 30. And frankly, the reason why the utility is usually rated higher than most is it establishes a dedicated funding source. You're familiar with the water system, your sewer system, you have water rates, sewer rates. To fund those activities, the stormwater in Georgetown is no different than any other community. Most communities do not have that dedicated funding source. So that's the primary purpose of a stormwater utility, is to establish that dedicated funding source for your stormwater system.
I'm assuming you can forward us this presentation because I can't read anything
Sure.
on that chart. Okay.
well, it's also.
You have it.
It should be in your packet.
This sheet is in one paper.
Yeah, this is policy paper 2, so it would be in the back of the one of your handouts that Kyle sent. I mentioned we collected all the billing data, the financial data, and we held interviews with all the different departments. Obviously, we met with Kyle, but we met with Public Works, the Planning Commission, I mentioned Georgetown Municipal. And actually, we identified all of the city departments and some of the county departments that are performing stormwater activities for your community, and it actually adds up to $485,000. So it's probably a lot higher than the budgeted there. You can see the $193,000, which is actually in your city budget for the city engineer. But we identified $485,000 versus what shows up in your budget, the $193,000. And we also have a policy paper 3 is also in your packet. I guess to boil it down to 3 talking points, what did we find performing the feasibility study? Well, the first is obviously the lack of dedicated funding. There's no dedicated funding for stormwater. We've identified flooding and drainage problems. We have a slide that we're going to talk about a little bit. And then the third problem or issue is your KPDS permit and water quality regulations based on the 1972 Clean Water Act that you've been having to meet for quite a few years. Those last 2 bullets have obviously a lot of costs associated with them, especially the downtown project that you were just talking about. And here's the list of some of the capital projects. I'm going to have Steve and Kyle talk to this slide, but obviously there's a lot of cost estimates. I think that the biggest point here, and it was mentioned in the previous presentation, there really needs to be studies to even find out what other problems are out there. This is just an initial estimate of what we know now, but there are a lot of projects out there that we don't know, and you have to do pilot studies and studies even to find out those other projects and their costs. And then the last bullet there, we know that Kyle is going to need at least 1 dedicated maintenance crew, if not 2. That will be determined in a later phase if we are asked to proceed. But there really is not a lot of regular maintenance being done, and we would emphasize maintenance just as equal as we would the capital projects.
Why don't you get to
Well, we talked earlier about the downtown stormwater project. We're going to come back with another option on there. Royal Springs, that would be a water quality unit we're looking at. I've had a lot of complaints from various people who've been down there. EMA has complained to me. Whenever somebody in that, I believe a 700-acre watershed spills oil, paint, anything, it ends up right below Royal Springs. So this project would capture those pollutants. I don't know if it would be located exactly at Royal Springs or if it's something we would put at various parts of the storm drainage system that would alleviate those water quality issues and prevent those pollutants from going into the creek. Maddox Street, I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the drainage issues on Maddox Street. That estimate is, we raised it a little bit, but Eric Larson had done an estimate on that 5 years ago and applied for a FEMA grant, which he did not receive. because one, they're not in flood, well, actually, I think they're in flood zone X. But this is the area of town where we have the train, the railroad comes through there. A lot of people have blamed the railroad for that drainage. Some of the drainage is their fault, but most of the drainage is actually from our own streets and overflows. And the Cane Run TMDL, you've heard me talk about that before. That is coming up very soon. We will have requirements, and they only get tighter until the problem's fixed. So your best guess is mine on that one.
We put a large number in there because we're dealing with a TMDL in the Little Jefferson County area. And it has become quite controversial. There's a lot of modeling that has to occur. And you really need to be on your toes to help protect your area, because there'll be a lot of folks that are trying to up the ante of what it's going to cost you to meet the TMDL. As far as comprehensive master planning, we've added that in there. Our firm actually has a contract with the Division of Water to do the flood insurance studies, but those are only on the main streams. And we're suggesting at some point you all need to be doing watershed studies. And with, for example, the presentation we just heard, to be able to go into the whole community, understand what all the drainage issues are, both water quantity and water quality, that would take more of a watershed approach. And that's an add-on to the comprehensive planning that, what is it, 2002 vintage plan.
Right,
Okay.
that was just for that one watershed.
Yeah.
The Cane Run TMDL, what is that, and what is the TMDL?
TMDL is a total maximum daily load. It's essentially an allocation of pollutant. Cane Run is the TMDL that was approved by EPA, was for fecal coliform. Essentially, there's a lot of bacteria in the stream, and the EPA goes through and finds all the sources that could possibly be contributing fecal coliform or that type of bacteria to that stream. And they determine an allocation that you're responsible for. Then they set a target on what that TMDL should be, so that, you know, a stream or a creek has a primary and secondary use, whether it's fishing, swimming, contact, even touching the water. So for you to reduce the bacteria, they put a constraint on your allocation. So you have to somehow prove that you're removing this amount of fecal coliform and you're not adding to the problem. And
So
that-
you're defending your turf on what your contribution is to that problem.
How on earth would we be putting anything in the creek? I mean, we're on a sewer system, you know. I mean, I don't.
It's not just
Well,
sewer.
Yeah, septic tank, if you have any septic tanks in the area.
Well, we don't have any
sewers
septic
leak,
tanks in the city.
Sewers leak.
In this Georgetown, you do.
There's probably sources that they could contribute to you all.
You've got a number of septic fields right around the pond right below Bradshaw Dam. Yeah.
Let me just say that there's two aspects of what EPA is doing to you. One is the MS4 stormwater quality permit. My sense is you've had some conversations about that. It's these 6 things here. A lot of it is what they're doing is they're pushing down regulation to you to take care of. And they're doing it in the form of they want to change the culture, they want to change the thinking of the community. So public education and public involvement is a very important part of it. Illicit discharge detection and elimination. That's kind of what we've just talked about with sanitary sewers that leak, people that pour things into the system. First of all, you got to map your system. You got to have a good GIS map of your system, and then you got to know where these potential pollution areas are. And you have ordinances in place already that say if you find those, you've got to prosecute those people. You've got to go after them, stop the leaking, stop the particular runoff into the stormwater system. Construction site runoff, you say, well, we don't have to worry too much about that because of the economy, but if it ever does pick up again, you've got to be aware that that's part of these illicit discharges. And post-construction runoff, we're probably looking at EPA doing new rulemaking within the next few years And the post-construction part of it is what it means, after construction or everything else. If you've heard of green infrastructure programs, they're probably going to be asking you, what are you going to be doing about green infrastructure? And then pollution prevention and good housekeeping is maintenance, and it's your own facilities, maintenance facilities and whatever, that you have to make sure you're not polluting the system in any way. That's different from the TMDL that we just talked about. TMDL is specifically picking pollutants and a stream where that's happening. The state's gone all over the state of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and found those areas. You'll hear something called 319 streams, and they can be turned into TMDLs, which is the case for you.
So as long as, so there are portions of the city that are in the Cane Run watershed, that's what you're telling me?
Yes.
And there are also portions of the city, I mean residences within the city limits that are not on municipal sewer, that are on septic? Is that, I mean, I thought by ordinance, all residences had to be on.
I believe the distance
Sewer.
was 100 feet. You're within 100 feet.
Mark, the last time I heard, I think it was 72 residents still have septic tanks in the city limits. And he's right. When the sewer came into some of the older residents and it wasn't convenient and close by or had to go uphill and stuff like that, they weren't put on them.
And the problem is, I believe the water company goes up to 100 feet, and then the resident pays for anything beyond that.
Additional, yeah.
Is that right?
I think so.
So a lot of these longer distances, the resident isn't gonna
expensive.
pay it, and they never get around to the portion.
Is it down around Eder Lane? I mean, some of that area?
You know, I don't know where they all are.
They're actually scattered
I can find out.
throughout this. There's actually sections throughout all the city that there are. It's kind of where there was old property, and then new property kind of developed around it. A lot of times the old property did.
Most of them
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was just thinking of something in the Cane Run watershed, the portion that would be, okay.
I'm sure you've seen slides like this before. Non-compliance, there's administrative order penalties of up to $125,000. Violations can be $25,000 per day per violation. And if you just decide you're just going to be obstinate and not do it, there can be jail terms. You're not going to do that.
Is Mayor?
Well, that's what I was questioning. Who's the jail term would that be for?
The mayor.
Okay.
Cameras will be on and they'll lead him out of the.
We just curious about that.
I think so.
But he might look good in stripes. I don't know.
Here's just an example of some of the communities that we've collected. Obviously, all in Kentucky on what the rates are. The Louisville MSD is 646 up there at the top. That is monthly. That's a monthly stormwater rate per ERU. It's called.
The average residential unit is going to get those rates. For most programs, it's going to be a larger amount for non-residential because of the amount of impervious area.
So again, these are all monthly, all the way down to Florence, down at 250, and there's the population of the community to give you an idea. And honestly, population really has nothing to do with your rate, but we did provide that in what the annual revenues are. Well, we performed the stormwater needs analysis, and we're asking you to review and accept our findings, which is tonight's presentation, the papers that we sent, or that Kyle has sent out. And we're also asking to proceed with a phase 2, a public development phase, which is on the next slide. And this kind of ties in the previous presentation with the Province Downtown, and we showed the capital projects. We mentioned that you need to do more studies to even find out what other problems you have. Well, one of the things that we're going to try to help do is this next little phase where we're going to develop a stormwater problem area map. We're going to put all the problems on a map in GIS. We're going to put a mailer together. We're going to send out and ask people to come to these meetings and bring us the problems, the flooding problems, what they have throughout the community. We're gonna meet with the newspaper, ask them to advertise that we're looking for all the stormwater problems. We're gonna meet with Scott United for a meeting, again, to collect stormwater problems, the homeowners association. And then finally, we're recommending to a city council workshop where, again, we bring the public in, put dots on the map, populate the map with stormwater problems to give everybody, the elected officials, an understanding of where all your problems are from the flooding and drainage. And again, you still have that MS4 water quality regulation program that is costing you whether we have this phase or not. And I believe, why act on our recommendations? Well, to protect the environment, address the lack of dedicated funding, address the federal unfunded mandate, the KPDES, address the flooding and drainage, which we've talked a lot about. And again, as Steve said, the failure to meet the regulations could result in fines, people going to jail.
Mayor going to jail.
That concludes our presentation, and we're entertaining questions.
I would just like to note, this next phase, we actually pared down. There was a much larger number of tasks that we were considering doing. But in order to give you all, there's a point here where when you start spending a lot of money to finish the next larger phase of this project, it's kind of like saying that you're going to go through with it. So what we want to do is clarify. You've seen a lot of numbers tonight about stormwater projects and how much they cost and problem areas in town. We want to go and get the residents to come up, like I said, get a map together, find out all these issues, get some estimated costs together, and show you all what all of the stormwater problems that we can find within Georgetown are. And that will give you the opportunity to decide on how you want to fund fixing them. I mean, typically plans they're 5-year plans. They're typically 5-year plans where you plan out what you're going to spend and on what, and those things would all be decided through a committee and then approved by you all, of course. So this next phase, it's $5,000. I don't need your approval. I believe it's under the storm drainage. And it's an amendment. And I think this phase would really help clarify a lot of things for you all.
And you get to participate.
Yes, you get to participate.
On that map that you're talking about doing, and you're talking about finding the problems where the stormwater is, would you also be able to, not everybody, like our, like Walmart, Toyota, those places that are non-suburban, what did you call that?
Non-residential.
Non-residential. Would you also be able to show us on the map that they are in compliance and how that credit works as well?
In compliance with?
With stormwater, that they're doing that when they built their facilities, it was planned out in the planning part of it that they did what they were supposed to do versus what's old and not.
Well, they have their own individual permits with the state.
Okay.
So they're held to the state through their own permit, essentially. We would handle anything off their property, is what the city handles.
Okay. And you'll show us that on this next phase. Okay.
I think the comment I appreciate the most is about making decisions that would help change the culture along with the attitudes, to paraphrase what you said, of our citizens. I think my largest concern is that given other things that we've tried to do, I'm afraid we may not have the fortitude or the follow-through to make this happen. And I'm talking collectively about council and city hall. Now, this may be a poor analogy, but I'm thinking about the long-term plan for our solid waste collection that we talked about prior to me getting on council. This is my 5th year. That we wanted to change what would be necessary for how we deal with solid waste long-term. But if the feds are going to tell us, then maybe we're going to have to comply with this. So this is huge for all of us that are making those decisions. I'm just hoping that we do it. I'll just keep it at that.
When you say the Fed specifically, who does the pressure come from the federal level?
Well, I'll start out, I'm sure Steve will add, but the law was passed by Congress back in 1972, was modified in 1978.
Part of the Clean Water Act.
Clean Water Act.
Okay.
The regulations actually affected drinking water first in the 70s, then sanitary sewer in the 80s. It took them, EPA, 15 years to figure out how to manage the NPDES program. That was along the way. There was a phase one, a lot of communities of 100,000 and more had to comply. They had to have their permits in place in 1995. You're what's called a phase two community. Those permits had to be submitted in 2002. Kentucky communities submit them to the Kentucky Division of Water, but they're managed by federal EPA region board.
In Atlanta.
Okay, but who would come knocking on our door and say that we need to comply?
Division of Water.
Division of Water.
Initially, Division of Water. Steve and I were working with the city of Chattanooga, their phase one community. It was coincidental. We were doing a needs I think it was a needs analysis at the time, and US EPA came in there. The Tennessee, whatever the Tennessee organization, the Tennessee EPA, came in along with the feds. That's how serious they were. So it depends which region you're in and how strong they'll. In other words, either the feds will come in, but they'll encourage the state, because it was put down to the state level to administer the program.
And who's at the state level? Is it the EPA?
Division of Water. Kentucky Division of Water has control of the permit for the state of Kentucky.
Okay.
They have primacy on it.
And what classifies us as a phase two?
Population. It's based on population. Phase one is 100,000 and more, and then the phase two, basically less than 100,000, and it's some cutoff. There's density. There's 3 or 4 tests, but generally speaking, it's population of about 10,000 and above.
Phase one communities are Louisville and Lexington, and they started in the mid-90s. Around 2000, then they passed the regulations and started building up for the phase two communities, which really are all the smaller communities that surround those larger communities.
Right.
So you surround Lexington, you're a phase two. Lexington's a phase one.
Were there 9 or 10 different communities in the state that they're implementing?
They already have. Yeah, these communities already have a fee. Louisville has a stormwater utility. Warren County, SD1, Cold Spring, Radcliffe, Lexington, Oldham County. Yeah, they all do. So I thought that there was one in there, but yes, all of them have a
Say you're
stormwater.
ready to work with Franklin County though, aren't you under contract?
We're working.
Right now, we are Franklin and.
They don't have a rate yet.
Okay.
So right now there's 10 cities or 10 counties.
That we're aware of, communities, right, that have
So
a stormwater utility.
There's probably some more in the state that have that, yeah.
Okay, these are just the ones you're working with, or these are the ones that?
Yeah, I'll clarify. These are the ones that are already in place. We did happen to work with several of these, but
Okay.
the charge is already in place and the bills are going.
All right. One of the questions I guess that Connie mentioned, or one of the concerns that I have, and I'm sure other communities dealt with this, you do have somebody that did everything they were supposed to do on the front end, whether it's a Walmart or a Toyota or whomever the case may be. How do you justify going back and charging them for stormwater issues that exist in the community when they took care of everything that they were supposed to do when they developed their site and they brought their jobs to the community, and they've been good corporate citizens? How do you justify that?
Well, first of all, again, if let's say we were proceed, or let's say the city of Frankfurt, there are really under the umbrella of a rate, there's the water quality and the water quantity. So you're talking more of the flooding and drainage activity. When you have a detention or retention, that's flooding and drainage. But everybody, if you will, should pay for the water quality, because the city is maintaining the water quality permit for all the residents. There's public safety issues. We happen to be working in the city of Toledo when they had a 500-year flood. There's pictures in the Toledo Blade of the huge tankers stranded in the streets, in the flooded streets. So there's a few things at a minimum, that the city is providing a cost of service, level of service, a stormwater level of service. There's at least flooding and drainage, and then there's the water quality permit. So there's two costs, billing costs or overhead costs or administrative costs, but there's public and safety
Okay.
costs.
Okay.
Well, even though, and what you're speaking of, that for the most part, when a Walmart or something comes in, they probably met your detention regulations.
Not only that, they do water purification as well.
So you actually have them doing green infrastructure.
You know, I can't specifically say green
That's right.
infrastructure, but I can say filtration's taking place.
There is, I mean, they have, for example, rain gardens and other filtration. Oh, absolutely.
Well, depending on what they have, then you can give them a credit in the way we'll set this
All
up.
right, let me ask a question about the credit then. In those 10 communities, how significant is that credit? Does it reduce it 50%? Does it reduce it 90%?
Are you talking about for each individual property?
Yes.
Or- For the most part, we don't give a credit any more than 50%. And why we don't do that is there's still an infrastructure system that you as a community have to maintain. So even though the water has been somewhat filtered and maybe reduced in flow, there's still water that is out there that you have to maintain. You have to maintain the streams, the other storm sewer system, the kind of problems you talked about.
Okay.
So you still have that. Then the 50% has to be based upon the fact that they do something above and beyond what is there already, what your requirements are. So in other words, they have a larger detention basin, or they do more of the screening of the water, whatever that might be.
Okay. Out of those 10 communities, how many of them did not have pressure from the Division of Water?
Louisville, when we did that in the late 80s, early 90s, their pressure was flooding, drainage problems and flooding. And then later came, so the utility was set up, and now it not only takes care of the drainage and that sort of thing, but it also takes care of the water quality for them. I would say Warren County, ST1, Cold Spring, I would say most of the rest of them came as a result of pressure for the Phase 2 or Phase 1. And Lexington's is unique in that when they got their consent decree for sewers, they also got a consent decree for stormwater. And that raised a big red flag, and that they are giving consent decrees for stormwater.
What's that?
Yeah. That's a big red flag.
Well, it's because so many people were tying their sump pumps into the sewer lines, and every time it rained a lot, you were getting a ton of.
Absolutely.
Well, the stockyards,
you were having sewers.
Stockyards in the middle of Lexington didn't help either.
So are a lot of other communities around the United
I mean,
States.
yeah.
They're not unique with
Yeah,
that.
it's sanitary sewers overflowing with every heavy rain in Lexington. That's a situation not happening in Georgetown.
You're sure
Right?
about that?
Sure about that? Wow.
Be sure what you say about that, because
I'm pretty sure the council would. I mean,
I would
I don't know.
Hey, don't drag us
Yeah.
into this.
I mean, I haven't heard about it.
He said
And if we haven't
every
heard,
day.
I mean, and it's important,
Yeah.
it would be an important enough issue for us to have heard about it. So, I mean, if you want to tell us tonight that
It happens.
sanitary sewers
Yes, one
are being
happened
overflown.
recently,
Okay.
and it was reported, and we took care of it. Georgetown Municipal Water cleaned it up,
I'm no.
There you
but it
go.
happened.
Can you go to the MS4 slide that had the 6 points, please? Just want to take a look at that.
Whoops, wrong way, sorry.
Thank you.
These are all things we're responsible for now.
And I would comment, I don't know if maybe I'm stating the obvious, but that number 3 there, illicit discharges, that Steve's spent a little time on. Because you're aware that if we're talking about it sounds like a spill, the city is responsible for finding all of those. If let's say that there's some strange fish killed in one of your creeks, the Kentucky Division of Water is going to come to the city and say, go figure out who dumped it, who killed the fish, or who's the contaminant. That's up to you, and that's why you're supposed to have a GIS that shows your city system to trace back whoever that, if you will, violator would be. They're not gonna go try to find the business. They're gonna come to the city and say, this is your responsibility. You, the city, go figure out who it is.
And it can be sanitary sewers that are leaking that we've talked about, for septic tanks. It can be individual people that pour something down in the drain that think that that's going to go. If you ask most people, they're saying, well, that's going to a sewer and the city's taking care of that. They're cleaning that. And they're not. It's going to a stream and then out into a river and so forth.
Just this last year, we've had, the ones that we've found have been carpet cleaning business, drives home, sticks their hose in the sewer, storm sewer, dumps their wash water. Another one was a car detailing place. The toxic chemicals they were using, they were washing off and squeegeeing it into the storm drain. And then we found a restaurant who was dumping vegetable grease down the drain.
Okay, well, if you found those, then you go to those folks that are doing that, and you can't place penalties or fees on them, so why would you want to tax everybody else for the actions of the few?
For you to even find out that they're doing it, you need a good map of the system. You need an ordinance that allowed you to do that, which this program has provided you to do. And there's expenses with all of that for people to go out and find those things and to have the facilities that you need.
These are only from people calling, which doesn't happen that often.
Sounds like it's happened fairly frequently. You got 3
I
of them
can
there.
promise you there's a lot more than 3.
So this is to raise taxes to have a patrol to go out and patrol what our citizens are doing.
This is to perform our requirements from our permit.
And it's a user fee.
Well, it also gives us something to be able to fund capital projects like what we're talking about here that we
Yes.
have serious issues in. I mean,
Right.
the majority of what I see this going towards is stuff that we're going to have to spend money on eventually anyway. It's just a matter of, are we going to prepare for it now and start that process, or are we going to wait until we are under notice of violation and the fines start rolling in and try to react after the fact? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
And that's part of the reason why this next mini phase, I think, will be very important, because not only will it get the public involved, we'll have a lot more interaction between you all and public and me and public, and get a better list together of what Georgetown's needs really are. Because, like I said, you know, the larger projects that you've seen on the screen, you know, we only know about them because, you know, they're large problems. But there are a lot of unseen problems out there, or not unseen, but untold problems, because people, you know, maybe just deal with it every day and don't realize it's a problem that could turn into a bigger problem.
And I think this next phase that we're talking about gives us an opportunity that you guys can take credit for these 2 things in that, because, and we're going to be able to convey to them, not only, they're going to be coming in saying, my yard floods, my basement floods, whatever. We're going to also be able to say to them, there's another aspect of this that you need to be aware of, and it's the water quality part of it.
What about, do you go, and I'm sure you do, and I guess I would suggest that if we haven't done this, we need to do it soon, is maybe go to the 5 largest employers in the community or the 5 largest landowners in the city and try to get some buy-in from them, get their input. Many of them obviously have relationships throughout the United States, and I'm sure they've dealt with issues similar to this before, and they're on top of their game as it relates to stormwater. And I think that's important for us to do that sooner than later.
Right. And we have spoken with the largest employer here in Georgetown, and out of that conversation came some important insights into, you know, getting the public more involved, finding out more about what they deal with every day. And, you know, that was part of the next phase. It's just what we're doing is we're cutting down the size of the next phase to just be that. And that next phase will include meeting with, you know, Scott United. It'll be a newspaper editorial with, you know, bring your requests, send them, you know, that type of thing.
When you talked about largest employers, we're assuming if we meet with Scott United on this, we're going to hit a lot of those.
You will.
the school systems will eventually, we don't have them in here. This is a first step of that. We're calling it the development phase. But the schools are going to need to be talked to about it.
Yeah.
And not in this little phase, but it is part of our proposal, if the city were to move to more of a permanent charge, we would meet with the top 10 users. We would plan on sending literally letters out 6 months to a year before the bills go out, letting the top 100 people know what their revenues are and what their bills going to be. Steve mentioned that the churches and schools, because they're tax exempt, they're going to argue that they shouldn't pay this tax, but it's a user fee. So those are the kind of the issues.
So they're included then, right?
Yes, yeah. So everybody pays because it's the user fee. It's not a tax. It's a user fee. So tax is not included in it.
David, how many years ago, and Karen, you too, this was brought up 10, 12 years ago, and we were told then it's going to be forced on us to get it done. And we were told that one of these days they're going to come in here and they're going to fine us for not getting it done. And you showed the amount of money that we could get fined, $25,000 a day. Mary, you could get in jail. You know, that's part of the fine. But, you know, it's something that we all look at and say, well, what do? We've got to do something. And we put it off. Well, I know we put it off 10, 12 years right now, and we've not done nothing. One of these days, it's going to come back and bite us big time.
Got two questions, and I might have missed this earlier. Did I see earlier on in the presentation where you said that the water company cannot, their programming cannot be expanded to add the stormwater charges?
Their current software limits the number of columns they can use per row. And I think they're
billing system.
They're at the limit of that program, but there is a module I believe they can get that would go on top of that.
So
The field per record, there's, for stormwater, you probably need a minimum of 3 more fields per record, and they're saying right now that they cannot extend the record any larger. That's when Kyle's saying the columns, so that they can't increase the size of each record to add the 3 or 4 fields per record.
But if this does continue to move forward, and it gets to the point where this is something that we decide we're going to do, that bill, whether it be monthly or yearly, will come from the water company though, correct?
We have not made that decision. That would be in the next phase, again, not this public development phase, but in a later phase, we have a task called billing mechanism. We would look at options that the city of Georgetown has for billing. I mean, we'd literally look at the PVA, we would look at the Georgetown Municipal, we'd look at starting your own billing system just for stormwater. We'd evaluate the cost and benefits, and we would make a recommendation.
What are your other 9 cities doing? Are they going through the water company, or
The
majority of them?
The Louisville, they added it to their existing water and sewer bill. SD1 is on the water and sewer bill. I believe Lexington is on the water and sewer bill. Used to be. Oh,
Yeah, they changed that whole system.
They're actually billing it through Cincinnati.
Yeah, they went all the way up Cincinnati to send their bills out.
A lot of the others are going through the PVA.
Yeah.
Most of the other county, a lot of the counties do the PVA.
But Oldham County has created their own. So the PVA wouldn't play ball, so they created their own billing.
Well, we do. The water company is owned, quote, by the city, so you know, we could.
And we think probably that's the way you need to go.
Yeah.
We're not making that decision independent
Right.
of you, but there are issues within the structure of their billing system.
Yeah,
that have to be-
that's some more simple resolve there. That's not that bad.
And we would look at that.
A little more software, you know.
Another question would be, obviously we've covered what some of the other towns or cities are charging on a monthly rate for this fee or tax, however you want to word it. And we see what, I guess, a proposed anywhere from $4 to $7. Well, I guess that's what, I'm sorry, similar sized communities range from $4 to $7 for residential. But going back to expand a little further on David and Connie's question, whether it be our largest employer or somebody like Walmart or Kroger, can you give us a rough idea of what this would cost them to help us better understand?
Sure.
What some of these larger employers, what that cost is going to be?
Yeah, and I'll cover that. That's a good question. I guess the concept, the legally defensible way that stormwater is charged, I'll say it this way, everybody knows how we pay our water bill, but the water goes through the water meter. Well, the water meter equivalent stormwater is impervious area, because you have to measure the contribution of runoff. So engineers believe that measuring the rooftops, driveways, and so on is the best estimating contribution of runoff. To save money, and then this has been upheld in many state courts, that residential, instead of going out and measuring all of your residential, which is very costly from GIS, you generate a random sample of about 400 residential, and you measure the impervious area. And that, the result of that, those 400, let's say it's 3,000 square feet. That average of those 400 is 3,000 square feet of impervious area. All residential receive one ERU, one charge based on that 3,000. And then all the non-residential, we even have to define, we have billing policies, we even need to define what single family is. Is it a duplex, is it a single family, what is it? And then we get to the non-residential, and we measure all the impervious area for all the non-residential. So that, let's say that there's a 3,000, actually Frankfurt turned out to be 3,200, so we can use a real one. 3,200 square feet. The battery, I think the battery's dead. The commercial then are based on those 3,000 square foot increments. So let's say the 3,200, let's say we've got a 9,600 impervious area measurement for McDonald's. They would pay 3 times that of a residential. And Kroger,
And let's say they were the lower of the rates, $4, 3 times 4, they'd pay $12 a month.
$12. And the Krogers, I mean, they're going to be a couple, 3, 4, 500. I mean, we've seen $1,000 a month bills depending on how much impervious area is on the property.
And some of your industries are going to be real big.
Yeah. I
Can
mean,
you repeat that figure again, please?
well,
Those numbers.
anywhere 500, 1,000 a month. I mean, it's that case, they'd have to have, 300,000 square feet of impervious area, if I'm doing my math right. That's 100.
So we've got Toyota, I mean, this is part of sustainable growth, and I am just adamantly against that, which a lot of people don't understand what that is. But, so you're talking about Toyota out there, talking about sustainable, and I know they get the credit process of it. You're talking a huge amount for them. They're the largest company in all of Kentucky that's that's undercover, plus all the parking lot they got out there. Do we really want to do that at this point in time when we don't have to do that to our largest contributor to our economy, and plus every other business here in town? So I just want council needs to think about that. I mean, that's substantial money what you're talking about that they would pay monthly.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's unavoidable. It's based on how much impervious area.
I don't know if it's really. I was looking at your Appendix A as far as the score sheet for the various ways of funding it. The interloan fund, the general fund, which is what we're doing now, the temporary utility service fee, and the permanent utility service fee. On an equity and fairness, you have general fund as 1, and the permanent utility service fee is 3. Is that because you're thinking of it in terms of a user fee?
Right. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yes. And because the general fund is tax-based, the value of your home, which obviously you assess based on the value of everybody's home, has no relationship to stormwater management. Again, we're measuring contribution to runoff, so it's based on the hard surface, but general fund is tax-based, so it's based on the value of the home versus how much impervious area.
Okay. Well, if you look at it like a police station or fire department, I mean, it's a public good. So, I mean, you could look at it through taxes. I mean, I don't know. I would tend to think it's more equitable in terms of looking at it through the general fund. This is just my opinion, rather than a utility service fee, because you're getting into means whether or not people can pay for it. There's a difference as far as the ability to pay or the taxation. The taxes for a $300,000 house are higher than a $100,000 house. Not necessarily because they use more services, because there's more of a means to pay there. So I don't know if that's really, from an equity argument, I think the general fund isn't the worst idea in the world, what we're doing now at least.
And I understand, Karen, your comments, but I think in terms of Toyota, for example, as our largest employer, and the 7,000 team members and the other probably 5,000 or 6,000 people that are out there daily. The next phase of this, the mini phase, where there's the discussion with the business community, I think that presents one of the greatest opportunities to discuss this with them as we've bounced other ideas off of them to help streamline public works, for example, routes and so forth. In the fact that, and going back to my earlier analogy, I guarantee you they expect the understanding of the team members and the people on site are separating all of the recyclables, disposing of the solid waste accordingly. Not only the consumables that 10 or 12,000 people consume on site daily to just as part of their work day, but also as far as their corporate policy of zero landfill. I can't imagine they wouldn't understand what we as a municipality protecting and governing the incorporated city limits that we're responsible for making decisions for the future, that they wouldn't be open to this dialogue. I absolutely understand. I don't want to just rubber stamp this on the backs of our residents and our corporate citizens, but at the same time, I think it presents that opportunity for, again, that culture shift that you talked about, for education, for the community, the people that live here in the city can participate. I mean, we just continue to just throw stuff in the landfill, and maybe we have people that are irresponsible that could potentially damage our water source, and that is a continuingly limited commodity that I don't want to just push aside. So I think that's my perspective, if that makes sense.
Well, I think there's a whole lot of discussion, and at this point, Kyle's already said he doesn't need our permission to go on with the next phase of it, so it sounds like it's going on. But what he did say was, don't go on with it, or if you're going on, proceed with the next step of it. Well, the next step is putting a tax on the businesses and the community. And I know someday we may get hit by the federal government coming in here, just like they did with what they did with Lexington. It may come to that. But I'm not ready to think about taxing the community before I have to add a tax to the community to pay for those things. Now I think more aware of what's going on, but you don't punish the whole for the few that we need to take advantage, that we need to bring to their attention how they need to handle the things that they're dumping into our streams. And I think people are more aware of that than they used to be, but still, there's people that change their oil in their driveway and stuff like that, and that all goes in the stream, what we're talking about. But I don't know if I'm in game of, I know I'm not, I'm putting a tax on people, and that's what this is. You can call it a fee, you can call it a tax, it's all the same thing. It's coming out of the pocket of the residents here, and it's going to have a large impact on Toyota. Since Kyle's going on with it, then I will be curious to see how Toyota, because the other thing, like David said, Toyota is a great community example of they have done everything they can possibly do to do it right when they do whatever they do, and then we're going to go back and put a large tax on them again. When we've been trying to help Toyota by not taking part of the payroll tax for the next 10 years, and then we go back and put a fee on them or a tax in a different way.
I would like to clarify, the reason why I think this next step is important before you all make a decision is because, one, when you get to that point of no return, either you spend a lot of money and you do the utility, or you don't spend the money, or you spend the money and don't use the utility. So why wouldn't you want all the information you could possibly have before you to make that decision?
Which
That's
is
all
the
I'm
next
saying.
step. We're not implementing.
Which is the next step, which is the meetings and
Right.
trying to get all the possible information that we can.
And I think talking to
Absolutely.
Toyota and them, bringing them into the conversation along with Kroger and Walmart, and letting them have the feedback that everyone seems to have a problem thinking that that's going to be a huge problem. Let us hear from them.
Exactly.
You didn't talk to them at all in the beginning process of this part? You haven't talked to any of those yet?
We've spoken with Toyota, yeah.
You,
I mentioned that earlier.
yeah. But did you get into the details of it with them, and what was your impression?
We had a lengthy conversation.
Okay, fine.
Some of it was positive. I mean, I think it was more of an information gathering session for them.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't really share their opinions. I mean, they gave us some insights into, trying to involve more people, which was the next phase anyway, you know, and that's what we're trying to do.
Who'd you meet with at Toyota? I mean, that's not a secret. Did you meet with Kim or did
Minky
you?
and,
Kim?
I want to say, the facilities manager, Stoke, does that sound right?
I would comment, I can't speak for Toyota, I can't speak for any companies, but based on our experience, the Krogers, the Targets, the Walmarts that do pay the fee in other parts of the country, they're acceptable to it. Where we have, and we mentioned this, the churches and the schools, and the regional companies, maybe there's just in Kentucky or Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio area, they're the ones that obviously are going to be against it. But the national companies we found, they just, it's part of doing business. Kroger, where I live, I talked to Kroger because I live in the SD1 service area, and the Kroger, I called them directly and they said that we know that's part of doing business. We had a credits program, a credits committee up in Toledo. The Chrysler Jeep plant built a humongous plant about the size of Toyota. We invited their engineers out. They sat on the credits committee, and then they didn't even apply for the credits. They just said, well, it's just part of doing business. So I can't speak for any company, including the ones I mentioned, but just based on our experience, the national ones accept it, and the regional ones are the ones that will probably complain.
Well, up to this point, we really haven't done anything to be ready to be in compliance of these permits or anything. And I think gathering the information and moving forward is absolutely imperative for us to do that. And before I say yes or no, I would like to know what Toyota, Walmart, and Kroger has to say in this community.
Right.
And every other small business in this community. And hear what
That's-
impact it would be on them.
That's the entire point of the next phase.
Exactly.
So.
That sounds good.
But I would just like to conclude, unless there's any other questions, that the whole reason we're here tonight is because you all understood that stormwater is expensive and that somehow it needs to be paid for. So this study is a result of going through, you know, what John and Steve described tonight, standard practice that they've used in many communities on how to approach funding for stormwater. And we just want to gather all the information we can before the next time we meet for this topic, and give it to you all to so you can make your decision on how to best fund stormwater for Georgetown.
Is it, and just to I guess to sum it up, when we're talking about trying to fund stormwater, we're trying to have a dedicated funding source to then spend money on projects that will keep us out of assessment. Is that pretty much it?
It doesn't matter where the money comes from as long as it's there when it needs to be there. So if you're going to be fined, you are forced to go do this. You have to have the money to go do it. You know, there are cases, you know, part of our permit, you know, I spend out of my funds every week, once a month for different parts of the permit that I have to comply with, whether it's a public meeting, whether it's teaching sixth graders about illicit discharges. You know, yeah, I teach sixth graders about illicit discharges. But, yeah.
I'm sure they don't make
Imagine
jokes
that.
about that either.
You know, there's a lot of things that we do that only going to get more expensive over time. And this is one of the ways to fund that.
I don't know. The illicit discharge thing is going to stay with me for a while, but I guess my point, Kyle, is that if you have a separate fund, if we do a stormwater utility, an ERU-based stormwater utility, and you have that separate fund there, are you saying we're just going to hold on to that fund, have it in the bank, have it dedicated, and wait for the day when the division of water comes?
No.
So you're going to be spending it
Fixing problems.
fixing problems.
Fixing problems. It will be used to pay for, what was that number? Just under 500,000 of what we currently spend on stormwater. That includes, you know, a percentage of salaries from public works.
In essence, that'll take the pressure off the general fund. Is that what you're saying?
It's kind of like what Jen was talking about early tonight. You know, every department has their own little budget for technology. Well, there are a lot of different departments that do stormwater that aren't really funded for stormwater.
So it'll take the pressure off the general fund, in other words.
It could. But just a quick summary of what we would do is we would literally put a business plan together. The city is getting in the stormwater business. We would start identifying all your maintenance activities that you should be doing, some of the capital projects that we have listed. That I mentioned earlier that we need at least one maintenance crew. We really don't have any scheduled maintenance. But we would put it all in 5-year increments, and we would roll it out, and we would bring it to council and say, this is our assumption to bring both your flooding and drainage system up to a standard and to meet the water quality APDS permit.
Okay, if the idea, correct me if I'm wrong, it's late, but if the idea is to do these projects in some sort of blind fashion, guessing what projects will make the Division of Water happy enough to where they don't come to us, isn't it simpler just to go to the Division of Water and ask what projects we need to do?
The TMDL will tell us what projects we need to do. The stormwater flooding issues are things that you all decide on based on, how big of an issue you think it is for the residents to deal with.
And you already have a stormwater quality management plan that these guys have put together, that you and your other consultants have put together and submitted to the Division of Water, and they've bought off on that. There is a schedule of the things of what they need to do and when they need to do them. His teaching 6th graders about illicit discharges is on that list. And so there's a whole segment of things that have to be done that are part of a water quality plan. You've got it, it's there. You're spending money on it. You're probably not spending what you should on it.
And much of that is just part of this unfunded mandate that we
Correct.
have no control
That's
over.
correct.
But we are being mandated to teach 6th graders, or that. Do we have any notice of violations right now?
I don't know. Not right now.
Okay.
Now, with the transition between Eric and I, we are late on. We didn't get 2 trainings that we were supposed to last year, but we're picking up all those trainings this month and next month to account for it. So, just so happens to be illicit discharge training.
Shouldn't be hard to do.
Mayor, I think this has been good. I think it's been informative, and I look forward to hearing the results of the next step.
Is that what we want?
You will be a part of the next step.
Okay.
City Council is on that list.
You are on that list.
City Council.
Very in the next step.
Yes. I'm not gonna wait.
Very, very end.
Well, if you decide to come.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, I'm getting a little hoarse.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Stacy, you're up next.
Yeah, for ordering pizza.
Could you turn them in?
Look, I don't care what you say. Kroger's and Walmart will not say a word.
Oh, sorry.
Toyota won't say a word either.
Okay.
If we can push it far enough. But you talk about cleanest water. Here's what gets Walmart and Toyota and Kroger.
Okay. I just wanted, everybody ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. It's hard to refocus. What I wanted to do, the mayor had asked me to do this a little while ago, and so I wanted to come tonight. This is kind of going to be the first of many financial updates in this vein. The first thing I wanted to do is kind of address our fund balance, where we're at now, where I see us going in the future, making some assumptions. I will be clear, these are assumptions, but it's what we know and what we have to work with today. And this will be kind of a two-parter, because as we all know, Chief Bossy spoke to the chamber today. We know we have one of many, but one particular project that our architects will be coming next time to present to you what they have designed thus far, the construction documents. So step one is discussing with you how the Toyota incentive could potentially impact our fund balance and some assumptions I've made that you can see that. So we can kind of talk about this piece of our future financial situation so that the next update I come will be some options to discuss with you on how to fund the police department. So the first thing I've done on this is I have started with the current fiscal year. These are all fiscal years ending June 30th. So I started with 2013-14 and taken this out to fiscal year ending June 30, 2025, which is the final year of the Toyota incentive program. The estimated beginning balance, your very first number in the upper left-hand corner, this is estimated beginning balance as of July 1, 2013, $8.5 million and change. This did include the big $1.3 million net profits check that was thrown back to 12-13 because it was for the 2012 net profits year. And so basically what I've done is I've shown in the next line some different things that could affect our fund balance and then roll that forward. So the first thing I've talked about is our current 13-14 budget currently has dips into prior year revenues by $22,000. What that is, if you remember, there were two specific projects, the center of town and the $30,000 budget for fire gear, that we brought those forward from last year. So that was money we didn't spend last year that we brought forward. And then we had if you just look at current year revenues and expenses, we actually have a $33,000 positive. So that's a net effect of 22. As you know, you approved that 90-110 medical plan. This is the amount of fund balance that we'll have to restrict and reserve to cover if we were to go above 90% of our premiums with our claims paid out for our medical plan. The unbudgeted net profits. We've talked about how we will do our best not to do that. As you know, with Budget Amendment 1 in July, we used the first estimated payment. And as I mentioned, the second estimated payment that they've made on the 2013 net profits is $408,200. I have not accounted for that because of the fact that I know there's some things that are coming up that you may be asked for, such as the EMA tower, the contract tonight, depending on what direction you all choose to go with the stormwater. Kyle had already informed me that geotechnical survey could be $50,000 to $100,000. So I think there's some certain things there that we might want to reserve those funds for, just to make sure if you all choose to go down the path.
Well, you said that number again was
$408,200. It was a second estimated payment that was made in September.
Stacy, let's back up to that, the reserve for the medical plan, that 221,000. If we don't cross over the 90%, then we just carry this over. This is the only time we'll have to do this. Set this aside. We're currently running at about 75, in the 70% right now. So this looks like a good figure that we'll just hold there. It'll just be a one-time payment that we just set aside. And won't have to be bothered with that every year. So we wanted to make that clear.
Obviously, so what I've done on the unbudgeted net profits is, again, like I said, this is the assumption. Here's where the assumption comes in, on that we have received $1.3 million, providing those projections. None of us can predict what might happen in 5 or 10 years regarding another tsunami or another recession or anything of that nature. So assuming the economy stays strong and net profits stay strong, I'm going to assume the 1.3 that we got from them this year, and I'm showing that attributed. Then again, the next line down in the 15-16 fiscal year, I show that Toyota incentive where we begin to contribute 0.5%. And this is the schedule they've given us that we will contribute to: $2.5 million the first 4 years, $1 million the next 4 years, $325,000 the last 2 years of the incentive program. The final line item, the estimate, I even just spoke with, came out in the hallway and said is looking good for the 750 new employees. That number is holding strong. We've got, so I assumed that at the average wage, 0.5%, because again, those employees would come in under the incentive program. So 0.5% of those payroll taxes would be $202,800. So what you can see is all this flows forward is these assumptions holding true, we would hit the low point in our fund balance in 2019 at 5.577 million, which is really no different than we had been in a year or two prior to this. So I just wanted you to see that, because I know this has been a concern for everyone, and so I just wanted to lay this out as a possible assumption. Like I said, one thing this does not include, we know there's some additional funds that'll probably come from construction projects that these manufacturing facilities are expanding. If the interstate interchange project, any of that, if any new payroll taxes from any of the other manufacturers that may expand. So there are a lot of things that aren't in here that I didn't have the hard numbers to put in. So what I anticipate is this being somewhat of a living document, that as I get new information, I may not come to the podium and talk about it every time, but I'll at least keep it in your packet or keep it emailed to you. And from now until, at least until we're on the back side and the upswing of
I told
I
Stacy
plan
that
to keep
we needed to put a plan together so that we would know where we're headed here. And she can keep tinkering with it as we go along, as she said, updating it from time to time. But at least, and I know this has been an issue with all of us, how we're going to meet this. And this is our way of doing it. And as I said, she'll be tinkering with it and keep everyone updated as to where we are with this. But you can see when we hit the low point in 19, and then how we continue our growth back to 25, we end up with 9 mil. So we will have weathered the storm.
I will stay in contact with, obviously, Revenue Commission to see what their trends are showing. I will keep in contact with Scott United for any inside information they can give me on how things are looking. And like I said, continue to pass any of this along as I can. But I just wanted to give this kind of as a first part of a financial update so you could see how this part could potentially be addressed and how it may affect us over the next 10, 11 years. Any questions about
I do.
this? Or, okay.
Mayor, I'd like to ask.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't know if you can answer this tonight or not. And I don't know what the chief's gonna talk about later when he gets up and talks about the police comments. But I know we've got another big item that's getting ready to come up. I think you said either next meeting or sometime in December about the police station.
Yes.
And seeing these numbers that you've handed out to each of us, and again, whether you're able to answer it tonight or you need to go back and look at hard data, based on what we see today, and assuming that it keeps steady over the next 10 or 15 years, which we all hope it does and even grows some, can we fund the police station without having to raise taxes under the Cudgett burden?
That's what I'm working on to present you on the 25th.
Okay.
Yes, that'll be,
I'm
the whole
basically-
thing will be presented at next, when we get the, putting it out to bid.
That is obviously everyone's number one desire, is to fund it without raising any fees or taxes. So the first thing I'm doing is, the first thing I've already done, but the first step is taking the current year budget, saving it as a 14-15 budget, backing out capital, trying to determine how we might be able to utilize the payments we're getting on the landfill. I'm going to assess the landfill fund balance, looking at that, those payments that they potentially be used. Some other things I've mentioned to Terry and the mayor, garbage franchise fees, and I think even the finance committee, I mentioned that once about possibly moving those back to the general fund, sanitation fund, and surplus there. But all of that will come to you in the next meeting, and I will be working diligently to try to find every penny that I can to just show that we can do that, hopefully without any additional revenue. That's our number one plan and number one priority. But, want a little more time to work on that. So this was first piece, and hopefully give us some comfort on how this Toyota thing could play out over the next 10 years. And then the next piece will be hopefully showing you a plan that we can pay for the police department, hopefully without the additional taxes.
Okay, ready to go to the next item?
Yes.
Municipal order for
part of
selection of fiscal agent.
As you know, we went through the bid process. Ross Sinclair and Associates came out as the top ranked. We did a qualifications-based bid. I don't know how many of you look at our RFPs and put them online, but we scored on qualifications on them. And they came out top ranked. They're here tonight. And they'll be integral in my next piece to talk about funding the police department as well.
So do you need that, so they'll be working, or what information you're gonna bring back to us next time around, you need their advice to do that, is that what you're telling us?
It would be helpful. I mean, a lot of what I'm gonna be working on is where's the money coming from, which they won't be helping with that part, but they could be helping me with, potential debt schedules. What are the interest rates right now? What would a debt payment look like? So-
What is on the did I read this information correctly, that the financial advisory part doesn't really bother me, but is there on there for the bond for the police station? Is that listed in?
It's listed as a
scope?
potential project. I think they did their agreement, I had to look at it, you said for a year, is that how we did it? We did it for a year, so that'll be one of the projects we'll be looking at, as well as, our current debt, and should it need to be refinanced, and they'll help me put all the pieces of that puzzle together. So, I mean, it's one of, if we move forward with that financing, they will be assisting us with that. But in general, we really need it. We need a fiscal agent, because they not only sit down and just help us sign off on a bond issue, they help us throughout the year for all conversations that we have related to debt. So they help us with a lot of financial advising in addition to just one particular bond issue.
So do you feel like you needing to use them will end up saving the city money?
Every city uses a fiscal agent to do, pretty much every city uses a fiscal agent. I was just asked to go bid. We don't pay them anything until we do a bond issue. So, I mean, I'm not a finance person. I'm not a broker or an
You're not
underwriter.
supposed to say that, you're in finance.
Well, I mean, as far as
I thought the same thing. I was going to say it.
let me put that. I'm not an investment banker. I'm not someone who goes out and issues loans and debts. That is their expertise.
Okay.
We read,
Every
read.
city has a fiscal agent, so. I was just asked to bid it, so.
An order approving an agreement with Ross Sinclair and Associates LLC for financial advisory services and authorizing the mayor to sign all relevant documents. Whereas the city of Georgetown issued a request for qualifications for financial advisory services for the possible refinancing of long-term debt and future construction projects, and whereas Ross Sinclair and Associates LLC was the highest scored proposer based on cost-excluded qualifications, and whereas Ross Sinclair and Associates LLC has agreed to perform financial advisory services as outlined in the attached agreement for the city of Georgetown at a cost of $1.95 per 1,000 of bonds issued, with a minimum fee of $5,000 per transaction. Now therefore, it is hereby ordered by the Georgetown City Council that the contract between the city and Ross Sinclair and Associates LLC, which is attached here to and incorporated herein by reference, is approved, and the mayor is authorized to sign all relevant documents, provided the proposer meets all requirements outlined in the request for qualifications.
Motion for approval?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Penn.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Stacy, quick question for you. With Ross Sinclair providing, I guess, the advisory consulting capacity, they can still bid on the issuance of the bonds as well. Is that right?
No.
Cannot? I thought there was some loophole, or I don't want to say loophole, but there was an avenue in which would allow you all to bid on the bonds.
Well, no, and just to clarify, if you do choose to issue bonds,
Come on up and get on the speaker system.
I'm Joe LaCosta with Ross Sinclair. It's our pleasure to be here and potentially work with you going forward. But just to clarify that, if you were to issue bonds, those bonds would be sold via competitive sale. And they would be advertised, and there would be plenty of time for all the bidders nationally to bid on your bonds. We would not be allowed to bid on the bonds because we're providing the financial advisory. But there would be plenty of bids, I'm pretty certain, that out there for your bonds. So that's not a concern on our part.
Joe, in the state of Kentucky, how do you all rank in terms of securing? When you all bid, are you all the leading recipient of the bids in the state of Kentucky?
We are, traditionally ranked the #1 financial advisor in the state of Kentucky in terms of the number of clients we serve. So I don't know if that answers your question.
You know, you all are outstanding. I mean, in every category, and I don't think anybody could hold you in any higher regard. I guess the question kind of was, and it's something that we've talked about in prior meetings, at least from the Finance Committee's perspective, is that you all are so strong when it comes to buying, I guess, purchasing the bonds. Is that right? Is that the right terminology?
We actually, you know, as you stated.
Come up.
Yeah, you might want to.
Got to have you on tape.
This is Dwight Salisbury.
And like Joe mentioned, we traditionally have always been the #1 financial advisor in the state, and you know, it's been discussed. We basically work with cities, counties, municipalities, water districts. We actually work with SD1,
Right.
you know, school districts. We help put the bond issue together. We work with the finance officer to give advice on, you know, proper timing to go to the market. Hey, what is, you know, a $4 million bond issue? What's our projected debt service going to be? We work on all that. And then, as Joe mentioned, we will set a sale date, bring the bonds to market, and accept bids from underwriters. Previous to November of 2011, our firm, we're actually a securities firm. So both Joe and I have security dealers licenses. We're required to go through annual continuing education training goes along with that. Previous to 2011, our firm could also bid on the bonds as underwriter. The bonds are completely, it's a blind bidding process. It's done on the internet. So our bid was, you know, evaluated the same as everybody else. We couldn't see any of the bids previous to the actual it was literally like a scoreboard clock that goes down. When it hits 11, we click on the button and we see all the winning bids. Again, previous to 2011, we could bid as underwriter. After the rule went into effect in November of 2011, we were prohibited from doing that. Any securities firm, if you're a financial advisor, you can't submit a bid in a competitive bond situation. So as a firm, we made a decision to stay in the financial advisory market where we have a strong presence in Kentucky, and just made a decision not to underwrite any issue where we were a financial advisor. Again, as been mentioned, we have no problem getting bids, and the financial market is very fluid. As we pulled out as a firm, other firms moved in, so there really hasn't been any impact to the market. Again, kind of your stormwater, one of our clients is Northern Kentucky Water. We sold a bond issue this summer for them. We got 11 bidders, so there's no problem with getting bids. National, in the state, I think one of the questions in the RFP was actually where you rank in underwriting, and in year to date in 2013, we were 9th. So, you know, we again have moved out of underwriting issues in Kentucky and actually have picked up business in other states. We underwrite a lot in places where we have kind of smaller offices, Arkansas and things like that. So we've maintained our level of financial advisory work, which is where Joe and I work, but have basically pulled out of the underwriting business. We still bid on some of the other firms, you know, on their bond issues, but again, we don't bid on anything where we are a financial advisor, primarily because of this MSRB requirement. That's probably a lot more than you needed to.
No,
It
that's
gets into a lot of the technical aspects of it. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
You know, I guess we had always been told that you all were probably the premier underwriter in the state of Kentucky, and that you I guess, secured most of the, you know, the bids. And if you couldn't accommodate both aspects in terms of doing the consulting and the bidding, you know, it's inevitable that we're gonna be going to bid. We're gonna refinance some of our debt. It's a matter of when, probably. And that, at least from my perspective, I hate to give up the opportunity to get a lower interest rate through you all and go with someone else that's got maybe a little bit higher.
It's not really quantifiable like that, because we are 9th in the market on the underwriting, so you're giving up the 9th place bidder to potentially give up the #1 FA. So what's more important to you, having the #1 financial advisor or the potentially number 9 underwriter?
Yeah.
So you can't hold us.
We were told you were #1, so.
Well, I don't know.
Previous to 2011, I'm not sure if we actually ever were. I don't know. I mean, I don't. We were definitely one of the top.
Yeah.
2 or 3 probably, but again, since November of 2011, no, we're not.
Yeah.
One of the leading underwriters in the state.
Okay.
Ready to vote? Any other comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Board vote.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to ask these guys not to go too far. The next question is discussion of selection of bond counsel. Typically, when you do an issue, you have a fiscal agent. You also have bond counsel. I will say we've been contacted by a couple of firms that are interested, and my recommendation, the typical process is the fiscal agent would choose the bond counsel that they work with. I kind of, just wanted to get your all's either consensus or a hand vote that you are okay with our fiscal agent selecting the bond counsel they would use. And of course, if anyone contacts us that's interested, we will tell them to contact our fiscal agent.
You need that in the motion?
I would appreciate it, yes.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second.
Third.
So would that have to come back for us for final approval?
No.
Who is your counsel you generally use?
Well, we work with many different firms, and it would be our intention to have some meetings, informal meetings with staff to make sure everybody's comfortable with that. Particular firm and individuals that would work with the city. You guys have worked directly with at least 2 different firms, so they would be considered. Both of those have contacted Stacy already, so we would include them. Again, in more of an informal process, and then we would get kind of informal quotes as well to make sure we have very competitive fees on that as well.
Who are those two?
Peck, Schaefer, and Williams has historically done most of the bond financing, all the debt that you have in place now. They were bond counsel, and I believe Stoll Keenan does the work for Georgetown Water and Sewer, or at least the last issue, and they both have contacted. So at least talk to them. If you have any other firms you'd like for us to interview or talk to, we'd be glad to include them in that process. But
I'm pretty familiar with Stoll Keenan, but
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you hanging around.
By the way, there's no charge for this, but so you all know, Joe had a solution to fix your stormwater issue about 2 hours ago. It's just stop the rain from coming down.
Put a big 10 over the city.
There you go. Chief?
Thanks, guys.
I was off last week, but we have had a slight increase in our robberies, commercial robberies. We are on top of that. We just had one while we were sitting here an hour ago on 100 Pocahontas, the business there. So we believe it's the same guy. We believe there's a pattern that we're watching. So last week during the Halloween, we took 350 bags of candy to kids in the lower income neighborhoods, and we called it Cops on the Beat with Treats. So all donated items. It was great to get the officers out there with the kids. So.
Noticed too, Chief, that you had the sheriff's department out there with you.
Yes, we did.
Thought that was a great idea.
Very good. Public Works. Municipal order approving the purchase of a baler, which is in the budget.
Mayor, Council. Mayor, we have a municipal order, should be in your packages. We did get a grant from the Kentucky Pride Fund Recycling Program.
We did.
So we're gonna go ahead and recommend purchasing a baler over at the recycle center with the funds. Now, we was able to find a baler for $10,586 versus the $16,000 grant that we did get. So that's a good thing. And we'll be able to use the additional money to pay the electrician for hooking it up, and also buying some containers a little bit later on. So there's no question, Tracy can read the municipal order.
An order approving the purchase of a vertical baler for the recycle department and authorizing the mayor to sign all relevant documents. Whereas the purchase of a vertical baler for the Georgetown Scott County Recycle Center is necessary due to normal wear and damage to our current aged baler and to maintain production volumes collected in a safe manner for the employees and residents of Georgetown Scott County, Kentucky. And whereas the vertical baler will be purchased with funds awarded to the city of Georgetown through the 2013-14 Kentucky Pride Fund Recycling Grant Program, and whereas municipal equipment submitted a quote in the amount of $10,596, and whereas municipal equipment has an approved Kentucky State Contract Number MA 758-1100000316-1. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered by the Georgetown City Council that the purchase of a Marathon V6030 HD vertical baler for municipal equipment, which is attached here to and incorporated herein by reference is approved, and the mayor is authorized to sign all relevant documents.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Very good job, Terry. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Municipal order approving fund transfer.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, Council, this particular fund transfer request is for the purpose of buying a hot box. And to define what a hot box is a box that would keep your asphalt material hot. So when going out doing potholes, it would help keep the material in the hole and help it cure somewhat better. We need a hot box real bad. We've been borrowing one from the state. District 7 has been very, very good to us, but this last time we borrowed one, we had to buy a set of tires to put on it. So we're somewhat limited as far as when we can do potholes, and particularly year round. We could do potholes every day. You know, I know you drive the streets out there and you see potholes out there that need to be done. So this will allow us to go ahead and have our own, be able to respond to the
potholes.
Yes, it's a big issue throughout the city. So we're requesting transfer funds from different accounts in order to be able to purchase this. We do have an equipment account that has $7,200 in it that was originally put in there for a lawnmower, but we decided to go ahead and put a delay on that lawnmower because we was able to take some parts from a couple of the old lawnmowers we had up in the shed that was kind of surplus and bring this one up to par so we can continue to use it. And so now what we want to do is go ahead and transfer some bonds into that account to bring it up so we can have enough money to purchase this hot box, and also put a tack heater box on it per the city engineer. He's got a good idea there too to heat the hose up, particularly if it's been raining. We can take a torch and heat the hose up before you apply the mix in there. That way you got a guarantee that it's going to hold more than 2 weeks. So that's what we
I
have.
think the material we've used in the past has a tendency not to last too long and comes up.
But it has to stay at a certain temperature, and we have no way of keeping it at that certain temperature.
Right.
Historically, we would go out and purchase this material and put it on the back of a flatbed truck, send the guys out to a pothole. They take a shovel, dump it into the hole, pack it, and sometimes roll it and do it halfway right. But
This will be much better.
this will be professional.
Much
done.
better.
Yes.
Okay, Tracy.
An order approving the transfer of funds within the Public Works Department for the purchase of a hot box and related equipment. Whereas the purchase of a hot box is necessary to allow the city of Georgetown to repair potholes year-round and to return the borrowed equipment at the request of the state, and whereas the hot box and related equipment will be subject to bidding if a state contracted vendor is not available, and whereas a funds transfer is permitted instead of a budget ordinance when funds are transferred within the same fund per ordinance 05004, and whereas the Public Works Department is requesting that $5,000 be transferred from computer hardware software account number 0103388, $6,000 be transferred from communication equipment maintenance account number 010324510, and $10,000 be transferred from professional services account number 010323500 to equipment account number 010351000. Providing a total of $28,200 for the purchase of a hot box and related equipment. Now therefore, it is hereby ordered by the Georgetown City Council that the funds transferred to purchase a hot box and related equipment which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference is approved.
You read so much faster the later it gets. You realize that? Wonderful.
God.
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Second by Ms. Stackey. Any discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Good
Council.
Okay, council comments?
Yeah, Mayor, Christmas is on a Wednesday. We have a council meeting that Monday night. Are we having a council meeting on Monday night on the 23rd this year?
I hadn't looked that far ahead.
Won't be here.
Yeah, normally, if that close, we haven't had it before, but I know there's a couple council members said they wouldn't be around, and I know I've got a couple things I've got to do.
Convenient for the council, I have no problem.
And most of the time in December, haven't we kind of tried to get just one
Right.
meeting in December?
That's why I was reason I'd asked the council tonight, see how they felt about it.
One meeting's fine with me. We can do it.
And everyone else?
Just make a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion that if it's
Marvin?
at all possible, we have only one meeting in the month of December.
Second.
Any other comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Any other comments?
I would just like to say that today, at the chamber luncheon, and Chief Bostic spoke, I know that several people from City Hall was there, but none of the council members, and I just wanted to let you know that everyone was pretty receptive, very receptive about the police department and the reasons of wanting and needing for, as a community, that we needed one. But what was really funny for me was they actually went around and interviewed people. Where's your police department in Georgetown? And only 2 knew how to give a description as to how to get to the police department. I just wanted to throw that out there and let you know that.
The one finally came down and said, I don't know.
Said I really don't, and they're from here. So I thought that was pretty ironic, and I've lived here all my life, and I can tell you where to go, how to get to places. I get directions all the time, but if that happened. And he did a really good job pointing out reasons why and talked about how it would be facilitating with the sheriff's department as well. And I just wanted to let you guys know that he did a really good job doing that. So we're moving forward in the right direction.
And I thought it's very appropriate that he bring the sheriff's department into it. I know since I've been involved in downtown that I don't think we've had a better working relationship between our police department and their sheriff's department. And the whole city and county benefits when we do that. So I'm very pleased with that situation. Motion for adjournment.
Motion. Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Work at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the sacrifice you make.
That's right.
Well, I figured as much. Thank you, sir.
What I need to get rid of? Hey, Rick,
Just I'll see if you're available for upgrade, and you can get an iPhone or an Android.
yeah, I just talked to Stacy, she told me to see you.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
log in at Verizon tomorrow and get that set up for you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, see you.